Hi, good morning to all of you. Hope you have tuned in. Okay, you all must be pretty aware about this session. It's all about those very important 15 marks. Now, why is it that important in a GATE paper? Simply because of the fact that you must not forget that scoring marks is not very easy in a GATE exam. And those 15 marks are the easiest 15 marks that you will ever find in that paper. So it would be rather a criminal offense if you did not collect the whole of them in your pocket. So many of us sometimes do tend to neglect those marks. We place a lot more importance in the others, very rightfully so. But along with that, you should never forget that first of all, those 15 marks should be there in your pocket. Now, how to do that? The topic that are covered in those 15 marks is what they call you, cliche, aptitude. And that's nothing basically but numerical aptitude and verbal aptitude punched together. Maybe verbal aptitude 2 or 3 marks, the rest numerical aptitude. Now, numerical aptitude is something you are all acquainted with. If you didn't know that, you wouldn't have passed out joint and you wouldn't have been an engineer. So basically, the point is, most of us have either got a bit rusty after those years at engineering colleges, and secondly, more important than that, many of us don't know a few shortcuts that would enable you to almost halve or even make the time 1/3 for the solution of each of those problems. So basically, this session is a very small session, obviously, and trust me, it's not possible to know the whole of numerical aptitude or verbal aptitude within such a small session. But we would still like to, hop and skip through the different topics that are a priority in these, and along with it, get to know most of the shortcuts that can be very useful for you. And as engineers, you just need to, devote around, what shall I say, 3 to 4 hours in total, just, to recapitulate all of them and to put that in your system. What do you say? Let's start. The first and foremost we will touch in is on numerical aptitude. This covers almost the entire syllabus. Well, in numerical aptitude, you won't have the calculuses or the other things that you were taught since 11. So basically, it's an amalgamation of almost the major things that you were taught till class 10. Out of these, a few topics generally do not find preference with the people who get question papers like geometry, etc. So the most important topics for these, and I'm trying to write in the order of priority, would be percentage, first and foremost. Profit and losses, etc., are allied with this. Ratio and proportion. Of course, includes variation also. I am not writing the whole details. Averages plus allegation. Time, speed and distance. And of course, time and work. And let us not forget about a very important topic, numbers. Now, what I have written on the board are the, I mean, you know, the priority topics. You need a peripheral knowledge of all the others. I mean, you just can't say that I don't know what's the area of a circle, because that falls under mensuration. These are basic knowledge. So that will obviously be there. Now, you will find that out of those 13 or 12 marks, almost 95% will be on these. Why 95? Almost 100% will be on these. Okay? Now, any student would say that, well, percentage is something that I know. And it's absolutely correct. He or she won't be wrong in that. The point is, there are lots of things that, I mean, you know, we can actually, what shall I say, evolve out of that. Say, for example, how many of us actually immediately realize that x% of y and y% of x are the same thing? You see, if you remember, you will find that yes, it is indeed so. So, where does this utility come in? Let me give you an example. Say somebody, or maybe in a calculation, you suddenly have, let us take an example, 144% of 62.5. I do understand. Okay. Well, I do understand that you will have a calculator with you. You can easily press that. But likewise, you see, because of this, I can say na, this will be equivalent to 62.5% of 144. 62.5% you can easily think of as 12.5% into how much? 5. And hence, you can think of this. Now, 12.5% is nothing but 1 by 8, na? So, basically, what turns out is this. Now, knowing your tables, I am sure you will agree that this comes on to the answer. Just see, a person has got this, pressing the calculator, putting that equal to the answer coming. You can easily think this faster. You don't need to write a single thing. So, you see the utility of one very simple thing. Because of the constraint of time, I am not being able to give you other examples, but not all examples will be calculative. A lot of them comes into the problems. You just have to remember this at the right time. Let's take some other examples. Let me rub this part off. Let us deal with percentages a bit, because that's the top priority topic. Suppose, say, on a particular day, say day number 1, the price of something is, say, rupees 100. Suppose on the second day, say, suppose the price goes up by 20%. And maybe, say, on the third day, the price reduces by 10%. I hope by the arrowheads you can understand the growth or the reduction. Let us suppose this is so, and maybe suppose somebody asks you what's the price of that article on the third day. How does people generally think? So, the first thing that they think is on the second day it would be rupees 100 into 120 by 100, because a 20% growth has been there, which makes it rupees 120. And then on the third day, they would tend to calculate that rupees 120 into, there's a 10% reduction, so 90 by 100, and as you can see, makes it rupees 108, and they find out the price. Now, this was pretty fast because the figures were very rosy. Just imagine if such a scenario came in, and maybe with some coupled with 4-day, 5-day, etc., wherein you are just, going on making these. This figure is a bit crooked one. These are also not so very elegant figures. You indeed would take a lot of time even if you pressed the calculator. Now, how would a person who is, does fast, how would he do it, he or she do it? He or she would tend to think that I would take the whole of them, the overall percentage change. And obviously, the overall percentage change cannot be 20 plus minus 10%, as many of us still might tend to think. This cannot be the fact, because when the 10% degrowth is going on, the base value, which was 100, has changed. So you can't amalgamate them together. So there's a very simple thing followed here. If algebraically we assumed this as, say, A% growth in this first session and a B% growth, mind you, in the second session, then the overall percentage change, would be equivalent to A plus B plus AB by 100%. Let us apply this. You see, this is 20%, this is minus 10%. So what would it come up to? The overall change? It would be 20 minus 10 plus 20 into minus 10 by 100. As you can see, this becomes 8. Since 8 is in the positive, you can say that a growth has happened. And you can just directly say that you see it was rupees 100 here and 8% growth has been possible, and hence it's rupees 108. You see, instead of 2 calculations, you now have 1. And even if there were many, so at the end point, it would always have been 1 single calculation. So reduces the time by a fair margin. If there were any other such cases, say a 4th day, wherein it was a C% growth, and say you were to find out the total overall, so mind it, here you cannot say A plus B plus C plus ABC by 100. Here you would take any 2 of them, find the value, with that value do the third. Say, for example, in this practical case, let there be a 5% growth in the 3rd day. So for the first 2 days, I would have found out 8%. And then for the 2nd day, I would have said 8 plus 5 plus 8 into 5 by 100, which, as you can see, makes it 13.4%. Because it's positive, you can say it's a growth. Right? Understood? A very, very important shortcut. Now you will see now in the next 10 to 15 minutes, I'll try to tell as many as I can the utility of this. Let me rub this part off. Say, suppose they give you a particular sum. Let's say this is a blackboard or a whiteboard or maybe a rectangle having a length L and a breadth B. Let us suppose they tell you that this length L has been increased by 20% and this breadth B has been decreased by 10%. I am taking the same figures. Okay, and they tell you find the percentage change in the area. How would you have done it? There will be a lot of people who would have said that, okay, the new length is 120 by 100 into the old length. The new breadth is 90 by 100 of the old breadth. They would then say that the new area, which is nothing but the new length into the new breadth, can be said to be 120. I am deliberately not writing the values in decimals, I am deliberately keeping it like this. I want to show you something. They would say this, but we must not forget that the original area, the length and the breadth of this is a multiplicative relationship. So they would have written this as A, and to find the percentage change, they would have said, okay, take the new area, subtract the old area from it, divide it by the old area and multiply it by 100. So they would substitute the value of this, find that out, and would go on to find whatever the value is. Let us not bother about the result. This is the process many of us would have done. Now you see, if you notice carefully what has transpired in this result, you will see that because area, length and breadth are a multiplicative relationship, and even though a percentage change has taken place on the length and another percentage change has taken place on the breadth, which are two different things, but because they are the multiplicants and the product is the area, it somehow looks that you see original area, on the original area, first a 20% change took place and then a 10% deduction took place, right? I hope you can understand that. Now, if such is the case, then I would immediately think that, okay, original area, it was a value, there are two consecutive changes of 20% growth and 90% degrowth, and hence, why not, by the way, pardon me, this is 10% degrowth, why not should I use the previous relation? And you will find that an 8% overall growth takes place. Check out the value of this, you will find it to be the same. Now you see the difference, this much, which you can do mentally, you don't need any equipment, and this whole thing. A serious shortcut. Okay? So always remember this important thing. In any multiplicative relationship, if there is a percentage change of the multiplicants, then it is equivalent to products having consecutive two such changes. And hence, the product is having consecutive two such changes. You can jolly well apply A plus B plus AB by 100, whatever I showed you before. Hope you understand this. Let's look into another example. Pardon me for being so fast, but if you have to do what we did in, 9 years, if we have to do in 2 or 3 hours, we have to be a bit fast. But I hope as engineers, you will understand what's going on. Suppose they tell you that you see there is a cube. I increase the length by say 4%, the breadth by 4% and the height by 4%, and they tell me what's the percentage increase in the volume of that cube. So now how would we interact? Simply, we know that volume is length into breadth into height. So you see, 3 changes are being applied on the multiplicants. So it is equivalent to 3 such changes taking place on the product, that's the volume, each of them being 4%. So how do you solve it? Take any two. 4 plus 4 plus 4 into 4 by 100. So that gives us 8.16%. Then take this 8.16 with that of the next 4. 8.16 plus 4 plus 8.16 into 4 by 100, and that would make it 12.16 plus, as you can see, this generally comes to how much? 0.33, and you can roughly say, since these are random figures that I have taken, so you can roughly say 12.14 growth. So see, pretty simple. I am sure for this you don't need to write down. Oh yes, obviously for a cylinder and a sphere it would be the same thing, because you see, if there is a cylinder and they have asked you the volume of it, so the volume is how much? Pi r square h. Forget this is a constant. So naturally here you are doing r into h. So it's the multiplication of three things. So if r increases say by some amount as a% and h by b%, so first of all it would be a plus a into a by 100. Take the result, equate that with b. For a sphere it's the same thing. Here for a sphere it's only r. So do it with only r, the percentage change. Hope that answers your question. Understood? I hope you can understand the utility of this piece. Let's rub it off. You see, profit and loss, it's nothing but an extension of percentage, and a few names are given. If I am a shopkeeper and say suppose I am shopkeeper of books, say I purchase a book from a wholesaler, so that the cost is my cost price. They say it as CP, cost price. Now obviously I won't be selling a book at the price that I bought in, so I will be putting a marked price on that. Generally, a sane person would mark a price above the cost price. Naturally, I won't be selling something below the price. Okay, so below the cost price. So that's called the marked price. And maybe on the marked price, generally if people are not willing to buy at such a high price, you offer a discount. Just an interruption. Yes, Mahesh, yes, obviously, sphere. You see, the volume of a sphere would be 4/3 pi r cube. So now 4/3 pi is a constant which we can neglect here. So basically, this is nothing but r into r into r. Now suppose if they have said that the radius is increased by say 10%, then what would we be doing? Since 10%, 10% and 10% is there, and this is equal to the volume, it's a multiplicative relationship. So it is equivalent to 3 changes on the volume, each of them being 10%. So the same funda goes there. It's applicable to any 3-dimensional case. For other shapes, in the sense, you see, you will have to find the volume, you will have to know the volume. Now if you say a prism, so that volume you will have to calculate how that volume is. So now if that volume is a multiplicative relationship, which it will be, obviously for the changes you can apply this. Tripathi, yeah. To calculate the value of ratios quickly, we will be coming to ratios. Let's finish percentages. We are going to topic by topic. Yes, Swastik, you can generally apply, you can easily apply all of this, but my question is, why apply a Bofors cannon for something that you can do with a mosquito repellent? I mean, that's serious stuff that you are saying there. Obviously you can, and if you feel, you can do so. But these, you won't even need to touch your pen, and it's very fast in the mind. Speed is of the essence in exams like this, because your aim is to collect those 15 marks in the minimum most time possible, preferably within 12 minutes. Preferably. You can go to 15, it's a criminal offense if you go above 15. Okay? So if you have to do that, you'll have to think simply. Think simply. That's what I can say. Okay, yes, I was talking of something else, profit and loss. The reason why I am talking about these is because these applications of these are most prevalent in those 15 marks. So just listen. So you see, as I was telling you, it's a cost price, then there is a marked price, and after giving the discount, there is a selling price. So I hope you all realize that cost price to marked price, generally there is a growth. Marked price to selling price, there is something that is called a discount that is given, which is generally a negative growth. And always remember that profit percentage is calculated on the cost price. ठीक है ना? So I hope you understand these. Say for example, I am a shopkeeper, and say I have marked my price of, say anything, a book that I have purchased at 60% more than the cost price. And because there's let's suppose we have given a discount, say a discount of 20%. Discount is always negative. If they ask me how to find the profit percent, what would most students do? They would assume the cost price to be 100. The thought process generally goes like this. They would assume the cost price to be 100. The market price hence would be 160. And selling price would then be 160 into 80 by 100, which is 128. And hence they would say that 28 units is the cost price, 28 by 100 into 100, that is 28%. Don't do this. Simply 60 minus 20 plus 60 into minus 20 by 100. Because as you can see by these arrows, the profit percent is nothing but a combination of the 60% hike and the 20% discount. So you have accordingly done that. And hence you will find this to be coming to 40 minus 12, that is 28, positive, hence a growth, which is easier. This one, utilize this. Okay, a few questions. Yes, Mr. Balasubramanian. Yes, you can obviously do 1.04 into 1.04 into 1.04. Please don't forget the essence of what we are doing. The essence of what we are doing is very fast calculation. Yes, you have that online calculator, but let us not forget, to use an online calculator also you need time. Maybe you can easily check at home where the time would be lesser. And obviously, the questions that would come wouldn't be as elementary as, there is a cube and 4% are increased. I hope you understand that. ठीक है ना? So you see, you just keep this in mind. Obviously, there are a lot of options open for you. ठीक है? Mr. Sadia, yeah. In cube example, in fourth term, you multiplied only 2 4. How to identify which 2% increase? The sum given was I had increased all the lengths, breadths and heights by 4%. So the increase was there. Hence, I had taken plus 4. If they had said that I had decreased the breadth, then for the breadth I would have taken minus 4. Okay? Hope that answers your question. Now is this done? Okay. This is another very practical use, mind it. Mr. Das, I would have done so. I would have solved the aptitude part first, simply because of the fact, it feels very nice and your confidence gets a boost when you see your topper sitting beside you still struggling on the first, core topic problem, while you in the meantime have got 15 marks under your belt. That's a huge confidence booster. ठीक है? Now let's go on to the next part. Say suppose it has been said that say I am a shopkeeper. Just hear out this example. I am a shopkeeper, and let us suppose I sell at cost price, whatever I am selling. I am selling at cost price. But they have said that, you see, I cheat, let us assume 200 grams per kg by weight. They have given you this information. I am cheating 200 grams per kg by weight. And they have asked me, what would be my actual profit percent? How do you calculate this? The logic. You see, because you are cheating 200 grams per kg by weight, so you are actually giving your customer 800 grams, and mind it, at cost price. Now, the amount of money that you are taking back, obviously because you are cheating, it would be the price of 100 grams. You would be taking the cost of 100 grams, and mind it, since you are selling at cost price, it would be at the cost price only. So basically your profit is the cost of 200 grams at cost price, and cost price is always calculated on the profit percentage is always calculated on the cost price. So what is the cost price? What is the amount that you are having to, I am having to expend? I am the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper is having to expend. It's 800 grams cost. And investing this, he gets this 200 grams cost price as the profit. So his profit percentage would be 200 by 800 into 100, and that would be, I hope you can understand, 25%. Correct? This is the thought process that should go on. Now, if instead of saying selling at cost price, if they had said sells after hiking price, say by 10%. Now the data is the shopkeeper, I am the shopkeeper, say, I am selling after hiking the price by 10%, which is normal, yet I am also cheating 200 grams per kg by weight. They have asked me what's my profit percent. How would I do this? This is the general scenario that would come. Now you see, generally here students make a mess. Students would say, let the amount purchased be X kgs, let the original cost be Y rupees per kg, and they would start their, bulldozer. Please don't do it that way. Just think it in this fashion, that there are two cases. Case number one, where the hike in price is going on, and case number two, where the cheating is going on. Cheating is going on. Now you see, if we thought of this cheating, while if we are selling at a cost price, the solution is already done, so I am not repeating this. I am sure you would agree that due to this cheating, the shopkeeper was making a 25% profit. And because of the hike in price, the information has already been given that the shopkeeper was making a 10% profit. Both of these were being done on the same article, right? So simply say 25 plus 10 plus 25 into 10 by 100 would be your profit percentage in the whole thing. So basically this is 35, and I hope you can understand that this would be how much? 2.5, right? So basically this is 37.5% profit. Easy. Once again you applied a plus b plus ab by 100. So what I'm trying to do here is to show how important that relation is, how that can change your perspective. And remember, if there are two consecutive changes on something, you can always apply this, number one. Number two, if there is a multiplicative relationship and there is a percentage change on the multiplicants, you can always apply that also to find the overall change. Hope you have a perspective on this particular funda. If directly second part asked, I didn't understand your question. Yes, Shivang? If directly second part asked, then how to approach? Second part means this one you mean? Simply, you approach like this, you find the cheating. This is mental stuff. This is mental stuff. So you find the 25%. This would be given. So just do this. How to do it? By assuming it to be 100? Well, that's this long process. You can assume it to be 100 kgs and all this sort of stuff. The aim here is not to do the lengthy process. And because of the time constraint, if the time constraint weren't there, I would have explained the lengthy and then gone on to say the shortcut. Only hike is given, then 10%, bus. If there is only a hike given, 10% profit, then the profit is 10%. There is nothing else added. Obviously, they won't say that I am hiking the price up by 10%. What is my profit percentage? It would be 10% only. Patel, Umang Patel. Right? Hope that answers your query. Let's move on to ratio and proportion. Because if we have to cover those 6 in this small span of 2 to 3 hours, we'll have to do that. I'll take questions at the end of the day. So don't worry about the questions. First, just take in the data, the shortcuts. Believe me, they can be very, very useful for you. Now, I can still see Shonima Tripathi asking how to calculate the values of ratios quickly. Let's see. First, a few bit of things. Everybody knows what this is. We also know that this is nothing but this, and hence this is the stuff. Just remember, this is the connection. Okay. Remember a very important rule. If this is true now, you can say this is also true. In your school days, you learnt it, the rule of addendo. This is a very serious shortcut. It can help you in a lot of cases. You also would be knowing componendo and dividendo, which says that if this is true, then this is also true. Right? This is componendo and dividendo. I am writing it in short. So remember these two. If they said about mixing some non-price material. I mean, say, can I come to this topic after I finish this part, this theoretical portion? I will be coming to this, number 2, 3, and 5, Priyadarshini, Radhika, and form class. I will be coming to it. Just let me finish this off. So you say, these two things are important, you should remember. Always remember that suppose if they gave you this and they said this is it, then to find the value of x, we all know we do this, and to find the value of y, we all know we do this. There can be another method that also you know. Because this proportion is true as they have given, we can say that x can be assumed to be 3k, where k is the constant of proportionality, and y can be said to be 2k, where k is the constant of that proportionality. So because the next information is the addition of them, so I can say that their summation is nothing but 5k, and hence 5k is equal to 20. That makes k is 4, and hence, as you can see, this becomes 12 and this becomes 8. That is also something that can be done. Generally, this would be much more a preferred form, because it's always easier to work with integers. It's always faster. With fractions, they always slow you down. There are some other things, a few things that you would like to remember. If somebody says what is the duplicate ratio of, say, 3:2, don't worry, what they are trying to say is this is the duplicate ratio. If they were asking you what is the triplicate ratio, of, say, 3:2 once again, then they are merely asking you this. And if they asked you, say, suppose what is the subduplicate ratio of 3:2, then what they are suggesting is this. I am not writing what would be the case if it were subtriplicate ratio. I hope you understand right now. It's a cube root. Okay. Also, another small thing, after which I will be taking those questions. You should remember this data, this information. If anywhere somebody says, find the third proportion of, say, 3:2, sorry, not is 2, my apologies, third proportion of 3 and 5. What they are merely suggesting is that if the third proportion is x, then 3:5 is equal to 5:x. So this is the implication of a third proportion of 3:5. And I hope you understand, you will see this thing. So you know that x would be 25/3. If they suggested mean proportion of 3 and 5, you would be knowing this. What they are merely suggesting is, if the mean proportion is x, say, let us assume that the mean proportion is x, what they are suggesting is 3:x is equal to x:5. So obviously, you know the relation. So that, that makes it x is equal to root over of 15. And if they suggested what is the fourth proportion of, say, for example, 2, 3 and 5, what they are merely suggesting, if the fourth proportion is assumed as x, then 2:3 is equal to 5:x. This is the implication of the fourth proportion. And I hope you understand x is equal to 15/2. ठीक है? This is about ratio and proportion that you need to know. These terminologies might find their way in that question of yours. So it would be a pity if you didn't know them. Okay, yes, I'm coming down to the questions. First, Rakesh. Yes, if one article price increases by X% and another article decreases by Y%, then the overall change would be X minus Y plus X into minus Y by 100. Y is the deterioration, so it would be taken as negative. And yes, obviously you shall use A plus B plus AB by 100 for this case. Interesting question of Kalai Selvan. Miscellaneous part of that formula, I mean, where not to use. Lots of places where you can't use that. You see, rather than where not to use, I think you should keep in mind where to use it. Mainly for two things. Okay? Number one, where there is a successive change on a particular item. There are 2, 3, 4 or whatever successive changes. Apply A plus B plus AB by 100. It has a tremendous shortcutting effect. Next, for any multiplicative relationship, anything, wherever it exists, okay? I can always also show you a few more examples. I was first breezing through the theories because you have to complete also. But any multiplicative relationship, wherever there is a percentage change mentioned in the multiplicands, you can always, I mean, think that as product के ऊपर, I mean on the product, consecutive those percentage changes. And once consecutive percentage changes appear, A plus B plus AB by 100 can be used. Ragesh, you have said in the earlier problem 200 by 800 into 100. Or no, it should be 200 by 800. Because you see, Ragesh, profit is calculated on the cost price. Now, I am the shopkeeper. My profit is the cost of 200 grams, which I cheated from the customer. The customer paid me the price of 1 kg. But I have given the customer 800. So, from my pocket, the expenditure was not the cost of 1000 grams. It was the cost of 800 grams. So, since profit is calculated on the base value of the cost price, so it would be 200 by 800 into 100. Not at all 200 by 1000 because I haven't spent 1000. ठीक है ना? Okay, yes, let me go back to the original questions 3, 4 and 5. Let me take Priyadarshini. We have to do the percentage calculations by considering to 2 at a time, not 3 or 4. No, A plus B plus AB by 100 has, not all will be rosy. It has this one small thing that you cannot take as A plus B plus C plus ABC by 100 or something of that sort. Just take 2. Take 2. The result with that the third still is very, very short. Govind, third and fourth proportion is the same? No. The third proportion of 3 and 5, you see, 1, 2, 2, 3. Fourth proportion of 2, 3 and 5. They cannot give you fourth proportion of 3 and 5. That would be relevant. Okay? So, 2, 3 and 5 would be, as you see, 1, 2, 3, 4. Hope you understand. Okay? I somehow seem to have missed the number 1 and 2. There were 2 guys who had said I was about to answer them later. But okay, let's carry on. They can always re-question. Please explain the Shovik has written, please explain the multiplication relationship for the profit and loss example. Profit and loss example means you mean to say that cost price, marked price and that stuff? Was it that what you are implying? Yes, Shovik? Okay, let's wait for Shovik's answer because there were 2 or 3 profit and loss cases that we did. Which one is he wanting? In the meantime, let's go on to do a few profit and loss problems. I mean, a few ratio and proportion problems. Say suppose somebody has given alpha is equal to say x plus y minus z by z is equal to x minus y plus z by y is equal to minus x plus y plus z by x. Okay? They have given. Yes, Shovik, I'm coming to you. I'm coming to you, yes. They have said this and they have said alpha is a real number. And they have asked you find the numerical value of alpha. What would you be doing? Before that, let me answer Shovik's. You see, the multiplication relation was somewhat like this. Say suppose I have purchased something, I am a shopkeeper, okay? It's in the perspective of the shopkeeper. I have purchased something at a cost price. Say suppose as per the data, I hiked the price up by 60% and marked it. And let us suppose then I gave a discount of 20%. Okay? And obviously, after giving the discount, what you get is the selling price. Now, if they asked you what is the profit percent in this whole transaction, normal people tend to take the cost price as 100x. Because there is a 60% growth, they would say 100x into 160 by 100. They would painstakingly calculate it. Don't forget, here I have given things as very rosy. So if such figures were not there, so it was a bit of a calculation. And then to calculate the selling price, they would have said 160x into 80 by 100. Something of this sort. And as you can see, it's 128x. Okay? And then they would have said that the profit is equal to 128x minus 100x. And that is equal to 28x. And hence they would have said the profit percentage is 28x by 100x, which is the cost price into 100. And they would have said 28%. Right? Don't do that. You see, 2 consecutive changes are taking place. Na? And profit is nothing but the overall. So the profit percent can be said to be 60 minus 20 plus 60 into minus 20 by 100. You will find it makes it 28%. So this instead of this whole thing. That's what I said. Okay, A plus B plus AB by 100. Okay. Now let's come back to this example on ratio and proportion. Okay, Shovik, I'm rubbing this part off. Now, how would you have done this? Very simple. A lot of students might not have understood that, but a lot more of them would have also understood that apply addendo here. A tremendous shortcut. And if you apply addendo, you can say alpha is equal to the summation of all the numerators and divided by the summation of all the denominators. So the summation of all the numerators would have been this, and the summation of all the denominators would have been this. And what would students have written down right now? They would have observed the option 1 and they would have promptly ticked it or clicked it. They would have forgotten one very important thing. The main reason for me giving this example is to highlight that. In their excitement, students would have missed out the point that nobody has said x plus y plus z is not equal to 0. Because if x plus y plus z were equal to 0, you just can't cancel 0 by 0, can you? And say it's 1. It's anything divided by 0 is undefined. Okay? So then how do you do this? That's the twist to this sum. So remember, in that case, you will have two cases. The first case, x plus y plus z is not equal to 0. And in the second case, x plus y plus z is equal to 0. If it were not equal to 0, you were absolutely correct in saying that the value of alpha is 1. The real problem comes, what if this case? You just can't write undefined, and let us assume undefined is not an option out there. So what do? You see, you apply your intelligence. If x plus y plus z is equal to 0, you can write x plus y is equal to minus z. Now observe this first ratio. This is a ratio after all. So you see, instead of x plus y, you can substitute minus z, correct? And if you do so, what's the result? This. Now once again the student would have been in a dilemma. Should I cancel or should I not cancel? Because nobody has said z is not equal to 0. But here once again, the student, any person who is answering an aptitude question should behave a bit like Sherlock Holmes. You shouldn't forget one thing. If z were equal to 0, then possibly the examiner wasn't mad enough to suggest that something divided by 0 would have given a real number. So basically, what the examiner has indirectly told you is that individually z, y and x are not equal to 0. So you can cancel them off, and the result is minus 2 for the first ratio. Now if this were correct, I am sure you could also have mentioned this. You could have written this. Apply that in the second. Once again you see it's minus y. So minus 2y by y, cancel it off, once again minus 2. And because y plus z would also be equal to minus x, I am sure by now you must have understood that the value of that second ratio would also be minus 2. So you can say for this case, alpha would always be minus 2. More often than not, if such a sum comes, you will not find this in the option. You will not find this. You will only find this. ठीक है? And students might be prompted to thinking that maybe the sum में कुछ गलती है या something mistaken. Okay? But that's not the case. Understood? Or maybe both of these options were there. And there was a fourth option, data insufficient, hence cannot be determined. So instead of with full gusto clicking this, the student should understand this, and since 2 correct answers is not possible in a question, they should have ticked the fourth option. You see one typical application of ratio and proportion. It teaches you 2 things. One, that addendo is a great shortcutting tool, and second, whenever you observe any algebraic, function, and they cancel each other, don't go all out. Think for a second whether the examiner has actually told you that they are not equal to 0 or not. Okay? Because it makes a lot of difference. Okay? Hope you understood this. Ratio and proportion, another say typical application. Say suppose somebody says x is to y is to 4 is to 5, y is to z is equal to say 7 is to 8, say for example, and z is to say p is equal to 3 is to 2. And after giving all these, they ask you two questions. Say any one of them obviously. Say number one, what is x is to y is to z is to p? What is this? And the second one, what is x is to p? Now for the first one, I am sure all of you understand. It's a question of combination of all of these, combining them. So for these two, y is the bridge, but 7 and 5, you take their LCM. So LCM is 35. So you see this is 28 is to 35, whereas this would be 35 is to 40. So from these two, you can combine x is to y is to z and say nothing but 28 is to 35 is to 40. Now comes the part wherein you combine this and this. The bridge is provided by 3 and 40. Obviously 3 and 40 are co-prime to each other. You find their LCM, which is coincidentally 120. So 120, you see, you'll have to multiply 3 to it. So basically this is 84, this is 105, this is 120, and here you see to make it this 120, you will have to multiply 40 with it. So this is 120 is to 80. So now you take these two and you write this as 84 is to 105 is to 120 is to 80. Correct? This is how you do it. And if this were asked, what 90% of students would have done is, would have done this whole process and then said x is to p is hence 84 is to 80, and would have reduced it a bit, cancelling by 4 and all this stuff. Let me do it for you. And would have said this. But no. But for this sort of thing, for this sort of a question, which is the, more practical one, don't do this. Remember, this is x by y is equal to 4 by 5. This is y by z is equal to 7 by 8. And this is z by p, which is equal to 3 by 2. So they have asked you x by p, na? So you can jolly well say this is nothing but, correct? And you know all three of them, 4 by 5 into 7 by 8 into 3 by 2. So you see, this is far more simpler, right? So remember this thing. Mr. Shoikat Shah, sir, then the answer will be the fourth one, that is undefined or alpha is minus 2. It depends upon the options given. What I said was, if plus one option, what generally happens is, this teacher, the examiner wants to, tease you a bit. So what they do is, generally, the most obvious answer 1, they generally don't give. Now in that case, minus 2 will be present and you will have to take minus 2. But they also do another thing. They give the obvious answer 1 and also minus 2 in the same question. Can a question have 2 correct answers? They can't, na? So you'll have to take any one of them, but you can't select because the data is insufficient. They haven't told you whether x plus y plus z is equal to 0 or not equal to 0. So in that case, you would be taking the fourth one, that is not undefined. They generally won't give you undefined. Data insufficient, hence cannot be determined. ठीक है? The answer is definitely not undefined. It is very much defined. And as far as Ragesh is concerned, well, the addendo becomes that. I mean, you see, if you are adding the three numerators, you are adding x twice and subtracting 1x. So the leftover is 1 positive x. You are adding y twice and subtracting 1y. So the leftover is 1 positive y. You are adding 2 z's and subtracting 1 z. So the leftover is 1 z. So the numerator becomes x plus y plus z. And obviously the denominator becomes x plus y plus z. ठीक है? Hope you understood this part. This, if you notice your questions, the application is often there. And students generally waste a lot of time doing this lengthy thing. Don't do that. Now you see, in the previous example, we combined ratios. Now here, there's another case. First, let me give you the case. Suppose somebody has said that, you see, this is a fact. And now, from an equality, they have asked you to form a ratio. A is to B is to C is to D. They have asked you this. How do you do that? Very simple. Your mind should go like this. Assume this to be K. Then as you can see, A is nothing but K. B is nothing but K by 2. C is nothing but K by 3. And D is nothing but K by 4. So you can say this is equal to this. K is common, cancels off. So this, good enough. But if you require integral values, so what you do is take the LCM of the denominators, which is 12, multiply all of them by 12. And you see, you have transformed an equality to a ratio. Mr. Ghosh, sir, this question part 1 didn't get which question? X minus y minus z, that one? Please answer. Yashwant, x is to y is equal to 4 is to 5 is equal to 28 is to 25. You see, you multiply by 7 both times, both the sides. Okay? Why did you do 35? Because 7 and 5, the LCM was 35. Where did 7 come from? Y is to z, that y in the second one, y was 7. So the bridge between these two is y. So you'll have to make y same. Na? If they didn't give any info about x plus y plus z, we can do addendo as put 1 as an answer. Well, Balasubramaniam, the main essence of the thing was, the whole sum was based on the thing that if they did not give any info about x plus y plus z, we cannot put 1 as an answer. If they had mentioned x plus y plus z were not equal to 0, you could have put 1 as an answer. The point was that they didn't give any information. First question explained clearly, Ramamurthy. First question, you mean that x and x plus y plus z, that one? You mean the first question on ratio, that one? Well, which part do you require the clarity? I hope you understand we can't go back too much on those things. The time is a constraint here. You say this was given. This was given. And they had asked you what was the numerical value of alpha. So perform addendo. After performing addendo, this comes. ठीक है? Now what are you going to do? A normal person, a normal student would have cancelled them, said 1. He would be wrong. Have they told you, has the examiner in this sum told you that x plus y plus z is not equal to 0? And if they haven't told you that, how can you cancel them? If x plus y plus z were equal to 0, could you cancel 0 and say the answer is 1? That's the secret of this sum. So there you take two cases. One is x plus y plus z is not equal to 0, you take this case. And the other case where x plus y plus z is equal to 0. If it were not equal to 0, then alpha is definitely 1. But if it is, if A is equal to B, then it is equal to A plus B by 2. Yes, obviously. If A were equal to B, then won't that be equal to A plus B by 2? Use common sense, Mahesh. Yeah, as I was saying, now in this case, x plus y plus z is equal to 0, so you could have said x plus y is equal to minus z. So substitute that in the first equation. So it comes up to minus 2z by z, right? Now here you must understand that the examiner has said that alpha is a real number. I didn't write it here, but in the first sum I had written it down. Alpha was a real number. Now anything divided by 0 can never be a real number, it's undefined. So basically the examiner has indirectly told you that individually z, y and x are not equal to 0. So in that case you can cancel them, and as you can see the answer comes to minus 2. The first ratio's value is minus 2. Likewise, in case of the second ratio, you see x plus z is equal to minus y. In case of this, once again instead of this you could have substituted minus y. So the value is minus 2y by y. Y is not equal to 0, so cancel it and minus 2. And because y plus z is also equal to minus x, the same can be applied here. So you see is equal to minus 2x by x, cancel it, it's minus 2. So what do we find? For x plus y plus z is equal to 0, each of these ratios the value is minus 2. So moral of the story, for this the value is minus 2. So essentially we can calculate two values of alpha. Now you will have to observe what are the options given and accordingly place your answer. Hope that's done with. Okay. Now the next may be a small problem. But before that problem, let me just tell you a theory, if many of you might have forgotten it. There was in the childhood days you must have learnt about, there is a theorem called theorem of joint variation. What does this theorem say? Suppose somebody says P is proportional to Q, and it is also said that P is proportional to 1 by R. By dint of this theorem, you can say P is proportional to Q by R. Okay? Many students might be misled to thinking that we have multiplied them. No, because if you had multiplied, there would have been a square here. But let us not forget that there is no square present. So this is not multiplication. This is by the theorem of joint variation. Always remember, in this case, if you wanted to express this proportional by an equality, you could have said that P is equal to K1 into Q, where K1 is the constant of proportionality. Here you could have said P1 is equal to K2 by R, where K2 is a constant of that proportionality. And after the theorem of joint variation, you have found this out, and you can say this is equal to K3 Q by R. Many students might be saying that why K3? Why not K1 into K2? For that, please do not forget we have not multiplied them. This is an entirely different proportion, hence the constant is also different. So this is the theorem of joint variation. Now, how do we use this sort of stuff? The theory part is over. All of these are shortcutting tools. Let's suppose they have given you a sum. Let's suppose there is a bucket which is filled up with milk and water, say in the ratio of 3:2. What they have said is, say suppose I pour in say 17.5 liters of water, and after that what happens is that the ratio has become 2:3. Let us suppose such is the question, and after this it has become this. They have asked you what is the total volume of mixture in this. Say suppose that's a very elementary question. Such easy questions will not come, but I want to show you a typical shortcut of ratio and proportion. How would a normal guy have worked this out? Very simple. He would have said here milk is equal to 3K, water is equal to 2K. Now, in this case, he would have said milk is still 3K, water is 2K plus 17.5, and he or she would have formed an equation that 3K divided by 2K plus 17.5 is equal to 2/3. Would have solved this, and you see would have said this. Right? Would have found this out. 35 by 2 into 3, would have found this out, 35 by 2 into 2, and would have summed them up to find out the answer. Please don't do it by this method. Work with the units, work with these units. You see, very simple. Please listen. This can't be written down. 3:2 is the units of milk and water initially. Now, what have I poured in? I have only poured in water. Moral of the story that I haven't touched the milk. So you see, what we find is that the units have changed. Now, I will not allow that to happen. I will want milk to remain as 3 units because I haven't touched it. So why should it change? Now, what would you do if you wanted to change 2 to 3? Simple. You multiply by 3/2. But because this is a ratio, you will have to multiply this also by 3/2. Then only will the equality be happening. Now, here you see it cancels off. It has become 3:4.5. Now here also the milk is 3, here also the milk is 3. So I am happy. Now what I observe is that water here was 2 and here has become 4.5. So a 2.5 unit growth has taken place. Why? Because of this 70.5 liters of water, right? So can't I say that this is nothing but 17.5 liters? Now what have they asked me? Total volume of the mixture. In terms of units, this is 3 plus 2 is equal to 5 units. So if 2.5 units is this, what would 5 units be? Finished. So you see, basically it was this, and you did not need to touch your pen to work this out. Correct? So you see, this is how there was one person who had, there was one lady, I presume, who had asked a question, how apply shortcuts to this? Apply shortcuts to ratio and proportion by working with the units. You see, initially what was the thing that you had done, and right now what you did. Okay? Let's take another sum. Let's suppose there is a stone and let us assume that the value of this stone is proportional to the square of the weight of the stone. Suppose they have given this information. They also mentioned that the stone fell from my hand, say, and broke into, say, suppose 3 pieces. Let us assume they are of the weight ratio 2:3:4. And what they are saying that because of this, what happened was the value depreciated by, say for example, rupees 2,50,000. They have given you this information and they have asked you find the value of the lighter broken piece. Find the value of the lighter broken piece. They have asked you this. How would you be doing this sum? A very common problem. You see, I am telling you the shortcut way which you can apply. If you work with the units, I can jolly well say that if the weight ratio is this, then the mother stone must have been 9 units of weight. 2 plus 3 plus 4 is 9. Whereas this can be 2 units, 3 units and 4 units in weight. I can entirely do away with the constant of proportionalities. Now since value is proportional to weight square, can't I say that the vis-a-vis value of the mother stone would have been 81 units? And the value of these broken pieces would have been 4 units, you say, square, 9 units, and 16 units. I could have just worked with the units. You don't need to write for these things. So what is the summation of the values? 4 plus 9 plus 16, it's 13 plus 16, that is 29 units. So you see, the mother stone had a value of 81 units. The broken pieces together have now a value of 29 units. So a depreciation has indeed taken place. So what is the depreciation? Obviously, it is 81 minus 29 units. That is equal to how much? 52 units, right? Instead of 2,50,000, I think it makes a lot of sense if you took 5,20,000. In that case, it comes out to the same. Let's not waste time in calculations. So therefore, we can say now that 52 units is nothing but rupees 5,20,000, and hence 1 unit is nothing but, mind you, value of 1 unit is nothing but rupees 10,000. Correct? They have asked you the value of the lighter broken piece. The value of the lighter broken piece is this. So you can easily say this is 40,000 rupees. You see the ease with which it happened on a seemingly such a complex problem. Always in ratio and proportion, you remember one thing, always try to work with the units, okay? And use your common sense to equate them. We are now going to jump onto the next one, which is average and allegation. Hope this is understood. Average. One very important thought process to, expedite the shortcuts out here. Let's take an information. Suppose there is a class. Suppose there are 24 students in that class. Let us suppose the average weight would be, say, 35 kgs of all those students. Suppose consider one teacher's extra. They have asked you, they have said that the average weight hence increases by 400 grams. It increases by 400 grams. And from there, they have asked you, what is the weight of the teacher? How does a student work this out? Almost in 99% cases, the students would have found out the total weight of 24 students. They would have calculated it out by doing this multiplication. then they would have said that the total weight of 24 plus 1, that is 25 people. The teacher has also been included now. Since the average has increased by 400 grams, they would have said this is 35.4, and since there are now 25 people, they would have multiplied this, and then they would have said weight of teacher is nothing but 35.4 into 25 minus 35 into 24, whatever it is. Now, it's a very simple one, but see the cons of this particular process. Here I have given you 35 kgs, 24, you see only 400 grams, very rosy figures. Just imagine there were say 237 students. Say suppose the average weight was 34.8 kgs, and say suppose the average weight increased by 385 grams. Okay? I hope you would have understood what a calculation challenge you went into, and even if you are using that calculator, you still need a lot of time, quite a decent amount of time to do that. Now, let us consider another avenue of approach. Let us forget these figures. Let us work it out with those. You see, there are 24 students. Average weight is 35 kgs. Can't I consider, as you see, sort of histograms like this? 24 students, and this is 35 kgs. I can think of it like this. Now, you see, one teacher has come in extra, and because of that the increase happened. So, obviously, the teacher must be the taller histogram, correct? And as a result, what happened? That the average increased by 400 grams, and everybody came up to this level. Okay? So, the first question that I ask myself is, you see, how much weight has been expended for making that increase possible? How much weight has been expended for making that increase possible? Since we are dealing with 25 people now, and you see this must be the weight that is responsible for making that increase possible, can't I say that the weight would be 25 into 400 grams, which is equal to 10 kg, right? It's a pretty simple calculation. Now, always remember, where did this 10 kg get donated from? Obviously, the teacher donated it. But to make that donation, first of all, the teacher also had to reach the level of the students, na? And after reaching that level of the students, the extra part the teacher donated amongst all of them, including himself, this part came out to be 10 kgs. And we all know that this is 35 kgs. So, obviously, what's the weight of the teacher? 45 kgs. Which is simpler? Obviously, you don't have to draw these histogram out there, do you? It's just the concept. So, naturally, the weight that has been expended is 10 kg. But to expend this, which is contributed by the teacher actually, the teacher has to reach the level of the students, which is 35 kgs. The extra has been expended. So 35 plus 10 is 45. Work this out, this will also come to the same thing. See, a tremendous shortcut. You have bypassed all the calculations. And this can happen, you know, just like this in a second in your mind. If there were two teachers, always remember, if there were two teachers, so two such things would have been possible. So you see, you would have said that both the teachers would have had to individually be 35 and 35. So if there were two teachers, in that case your answer would have been 35 plus 35 plus 10, not 10 exactly because of two teachers, here it would have been 26. So that bit of extra would be there, 10.4. ठीक है? Let's take another case. Say suppose there are, let's take this same case, there are 24 students having an average of 35 kgs weight, and suppose let the criteria be that two students have vanished, have run away, and as a result the average decreases by say 200 grams, and they have asked you what is the total weight of two students who ran away, of those two students. If suppose they have asked you this, what would be the shortcut that you would have used? Your basic funda would be students left would be 22. So you see, total decrease in weight, total decrease in weight can be said to be 22 into 200 grams. That would be 4.4 kgs. Now, where did this weight go? These two students who ran away, they actually must be having that weight. But before that, they themselves had 35 into 2 kgs, right? And after that, they also had this. So naturally, the answer would be 74.4 kgs. See, there is absolutely no calculation whatsoever. Pretty simple, smart, and a very fast way of doing stuff. Okay. Let's work out a problem in average. Say suppose there is a family. Say there the family has 9 members. It has been said, say, in the year 2010, their average age is, let us assume something, say, 52 years. It has been said that in 2013, a member expired, plus a child was born. Let us suppose they have said that. And say suppose they have said that in 2019, of the average age of family stands to, let us assume, 53 years. These are the data that they have given. And after giving this data, they have asked you, at what age did the member expire in 2013? How would you work this sum? Most of the students, what would have they would have done? They would have tried to find the total age. Would have taken this as X years and gone on to do it. I am not doing the lengthy one because it's a pretty lengthy one. On the contrary, just remember a small thing. Say suppose my age is say 50, your age is say suppose 20. Then what's the average age? It's 35, right? Now you see next year on the same day, my age would be 51 and your age would be 21. And what would be the average? It would be 36, correct? So rather than thinking in this roundabout way, we can easily think that, okay, 1 year has passed, so the average will also increase by 1 year. Straightforward thinking. So if you think that, then as you can see, in 2013, in 2010, since the average is 52, in 2013, that is 3 years hence, the average is 55. Now one member has expired. Now the question is, what is the significance of a child being born? A significance in respect to the sum, obviously. The significance of it is that the number of members remain unchanged. The significance is this. When a child is born after somebody has expired in the same year, in that year the number of members still remain unchanged. It's still 9. But one must also remember that when a child is born, it comes in with an age of 0. So the child does not contribute anything in age. Now that's the common sense part. I hope it's fine. Now 2019 is 6 years from that part. So technically speaking, the average age should be 61, but they have said that the average age is 53. The question that comes in is 61 minus 53, it comes out to 8 years average. Now 8 years average for 9 members, that is equal to 72 years. Where has this 72 years vanished? Obviously, this 72 years must have been taken away by the member who has expired. He expired taking away with him 72 years. So basically the answer for the question, at what age did the member expire in 2013 is 72 years. You see the shortcut? Okay. This is how you use average as a shortcutting tool. Okay. Correct? Let's go on to allegation. Now, how can allegation be used? Before we go on to allegation, the basic theories of allegation, just let us find out how it can be used as another brilliant shortcutting tools. If you remember, just cutting in, for a multiplicative relationship, you remember that the shortcut was a plus b plus ab by 100, I was telling it. Always remember that for an additive relationship, the shortcut is allegation. So, is as important as this one for an additive relationship. Now, let me tell you, let me make you understand as to the benefit it has. Let's take a sum. Say suppose I have 2 watches. I purchase them for a cost price, the cost price as I purchase them for a total of 35,000 rupees. Correct? They have said I sold one at 40% profit and sold the second at 30% profit, say, and hence overall profit I find is 32%. They have asked me to say, find the difference between the cost price of both watches. Say suppose this is the query. How would a normal student do it? This is a very simple sum, and normal students would approach it in the typical fashion. They would have assumed, let the cost price of 1 be x, therefore cost price of 2 is 35,000 minus x. So, they have sold at the one at 40% profit. So, they would have calculated the profit as, you see, 40 by 100 into x. They would have the profit of 1, and the profit for 2, they would have calculated it as 30 by 100 into 35k minus x. They would have added these two profits, found out a summation, pretty large figure, and this summation divided by 35k into 100 would be equal to 32. They would have solved this, found out the value of x, and accordingly found out the individual cost prices and the differences. Well, you are not going to do it like that. Your thought process would say that, you see, the whole thing was an additive interaction between these two profits which made you this. So, you would use the shortcut of allegation. You would simply say this, You would assume the cost price of the 40% to be X and this is Y. So solving the process of alligation, you would have said this is equal to 2 by 8. Hence, cancelling that is 1 by 4. They have asked you the difference, right? So you would say X minus Y would be equal to, okay. How did 3 come? Let me write that out. You see the units are 1 and 4. Work with the units. 4 minus, no, it would be Y minus X. Y is larger difference. So it would be 4 minus 1 by 4 plus 1, and 4 plus 1 is 35K. So this is it. So as you can see, this is 5. So this is 7K. So the answer is 21K. You see, you have reduced that whole thing into this. I hope all of you would unanimously agree that this was a brilliant shortcut. ठीक है ना? And with a little bit of expertise, you can do this mentally. The whole sum would have been mental. Okay, coming back to that expiry wala thing. But first of all, have we understood this? Okay. Let me once again deal with that sum. If I remember 9 members, 2010, the average, I presume I gave it 52 years. This is the average. They have said that in 2013, there was an expiry and there was a birth. And in 2019, most probably, I had said, if my memory serves me correct, 53 years was the average. And they have asked you to find the person at what age the person had died. You see, here the average is 52. What should be the average here? You can take it together. While explanation, I had delved into this, but that's not necessary. So you see, it's directly 9 years more, so the average should be 61. But they have said that the average is 53 years. Now you see, 61 into 9 is 549 years total. This is the total age. Whereas 53 into 9 is how much? 477 years. Correct? Now, if you see the difference is how much? I hope you can see it's 72 years. Now, what happened to this 72 years? The 72 years, this person took away with him right now, okay? Why would you be doing -6? Because the number of members is still the same. This child has been born, here his age is 0, but after that it is also contributing 1 year. Okay? So this is definitely not going to be 66 years, it is going to be 72 years. Okay? That -6 won't be there because this child has come in. His age is also increasing by 1 year now for 6 years. Got it? Gautam, Balasubramaniam, Tripathi. ठीक है? Clear? Well, if the child birth condition is not given, in that case, there would be 8 people, right? If it were 8 people, then you can't apply this shortcut. You see, the aim of this problem is not there anymore. That would be a bulldozer type of a problem. In aptitude, always remember, every problem will have a shortcut. They are generally not going to give you typical bulldozing type of problems wherein you just have to calculate like every other person. You see, you will have to, what the test is in an aptitude, whether you have that extra thing that takes, just to think out of the box. and the reward for that, you finish it lightning fast. ठीक है ना? And 99.99% cases, all the problems you can do mentally. ठीक है? Yes, Samarth, if child was not born, then you will have to take 8 member, and there you will have to calculate the total. You will have to do it with the total. So the basic essence of the sum gets destroyed. This sum will qualify as an aptitude problem when this birth is there, because then you can apply this shortcut. Okay? Now, have we understood this allegation? Because this is important. Now, what basically is allegation? We all have studied these in our school, but what I have observed is that most of us tend to forget it. Just let me very briefly show you, and then we are going to take a short break. You see, suppose say I go into a market, I buy 10 kg of, say 10 kg of rice. Say suppose at the rate of 40 rupees per kg. Say suppose I buy 5 kg of another quality of rice, say suppose at the rate of 50 per kg. Say suppose I mix both of these rices in a bag and ask you, what is the price of this mixture, price per kg of this mixture? How would you solve this? The student would say, pretty simple. You have expended a total of rupees 400 and here a total of rupees 250. So the total goes on to rupees 650, and in lieu of that you have 15 kg of rice. So you see, very easily you can say that the price is 650 by 15 rupees per kg, and just tone it down a bit, 130 by 3 rupees per kg. ठीक है? Very simple. Now how you look at this in another aspect. You see, you all have played Ludo in your childhood. So think of it like this. You see this, there are 3 tiers, na? The top 2 tiers will be reserved for the subject of the problem, and since they have asked you price per kg, so the subject of the problem is price per kg. Now for these 2, these will be reserved for the individual prices per kg. So the individual prices per kg are 40 and 50. Preferably take the larger one here. You don't have to unnecessarily bother about which direction to work out if you do that. If you notice, the larger one has been taken here too. Okay? This is reserved for the price of the mixture. Okay? Now how do you, you see the price of the mixture, you don't know that because that's what has been asked. So assume that to be x. Okay? Now on the rooftop of this building, if you take this as a building, will be the amount that you have vis-a-vis purchased. Now at 50 per kg you had purchased 5 kgs, and at 40 per kg you purchased 10 kgs. You could have written this as 5 and 10, but you won't. You would break it down to a shorter, the minimum ratio. Okay? Makes the sum shorter. Now what you are going to do, the last step, you are going to diagonally subtract them. But keep in mind that whatever you place here must be positive. Okay? That's very important. Now, applying common sense of average, I hope all of you understand that x will be somewhere between 50 and 40. So naturally, if you are subtracting like this diagonally, and here only a positive can sit, you would be saying 50 minus x, correct? And likewise in this aspect, since x is greater than 40, only positive can sit here. So you can say this. Once this whole thing is done, you can say that this ground floor ratio will be equal to the rooftop ratio. Okay? Work this out. So you see. So you see the whole same thing has been reached. Now for this particular example, which is a very, very simple example, this might look to be the preferred way. And obviously it is. If this sum had come, I would have told do it like this. But obviously such easy sums won't come. This is the second way to tackle them, and look what an effect it has put it here. Okay? Yes, Mudit Hasija, for 3 items, alligate between any two, the result of the alligation, and mind you, the total volume or total cost price will be x plus y, whatever it is. So with that, alligate with the third. Please repeat the shortcut of alligation. Well, yes, this is the shortcut of alligation, Pranab. And Sneh Bhandari, why is that 4 minus 1 by 4 plus 1? The shortcut of ratio and proportion. You see, they have asked you why minus x. So why bother to find out x separately, y separately and subtract? Simply y minus x would be 3 units, right? I hope you can understand. 4 minus 1, because this is 4 units, this is 1 unit. And y plus x, which is the one that is given, the total 35 kgs. That's 4 plus 1. So directly, that's a brilliant shortcut of ratio and proportion. Work with the units. Take care. Let's take a break. We will come in after the break. Okay, in a few minutes. Okay, let us resume. We just finished the basics of alligation. We found out via one sum that it was a great shortcut, especially for additive relationships. It would be left incomplete if I didn't do another problem, another type of problem, which is pretty common. Let's suppose there is a bucket, has milk and water in the ratio of, let us assume something, 3:2. Let us suppose there is another bucket, has milk and water, say, let us assume in the ratio, what would you take? Say 5:6. Let us suppose I pick up quantities from both these buckets. Let us once again assume in the ratio of 2:1. Pour it in the third bucket and ask you what is the ratio of milk and water in the third bucket. A very common type of a problem. So, how would you do this? Well, normal guys, what they would have done is a huge lot of calculation. This involves real calculations, not you. First and foremost, you must understand that alligation cannot be done between two different things. I mean, you cannot alligate between water and oil. You can alligate between oil and water and water. If you understand what I mean, it is that you have two options here. You can do this whole sum by either milk or by water. Now, let's do by both. Okay, check the answers. Say on the left hand side we are working by milk. We will be doing this with milk. So, according to this person, in the first bucket, say milk is 3/5 of the volume. In this, it is 5/11 of the volume. Now, this and this volumes are being alligated in the ratio of 2:1 to form this third volume, and they have asked you what is the ratio. Now, first let us find out which one is greater. I hope you can see, if you multiply this by 11, this becomes 33/55, whereas if you multiply by 5, this becomes 25/55. So, obviously, this is larger. So, immediately the person here would start this alligation in this form. He would say, this and this were alligated to form an unknown ratio. He does not know this, but they were being alligated in the ratio of 2:1. So, this. So, what happens? You see, this. And as per the funda of alligation, you can say so you see 3x is equal to 6/5 plus 5/11, that is 55. 66 plus 25 is 91. We require x, so that would be 91 into 3 obviously, so 165. Now, you see your x has come to be 91/165. 91/165 is x. What does that mean? That milk must be 91 units, whereas water must be 165 minus 91, that is 74 units. So, you are going to say this would be 91:74. Okay, na? Pretty straightforward. Okay. If you had done by water, in that case, you see, this would be 2/5, whereas this would be 6 by 11. Obviously 6 by 11 is larger than 2 by 5. So the person who has preferred to do this by water would be saying 6 by 11, 2 by 5. Now 6 by 11 is in the ratio of 1 and this is in the ratio of 2. Unknown quantity is y. I have assumed it to be y. So this is 6 by 11 minus y. This is y minus 2 by 5. Hope you understand. So y minus 2 by 5 divided by 6 by 11 minus y is equal to 1 by 2. 2y minus 4 by 5 is equal to 6 by 11 minus y. 3y is equal to 6 by 11 plus 4 by 5, which is 55. So you see 30 is 74. Now y must be equal to 74 by 165 and hence y is this. What does that mean? That as you can see, this would be 165 minus 74 is 274. So you see, whichever way you work, you get the same answer. Got the point? So remember this, allegation is a very beautiful thing. Okay? Understood this? Let's now go on to, you must understand one thing, in this very short span of time, we can't be too detailed. Why too detailed? We can't be at all detailed. I am just merely skimming through the surface of all these things. There is a lot of in-depth material are there. You can apply these shortcuts with tremendous effect in a lot of different things. But obviously, unfortunately, time doesn't permit us that much. If we had maybe 40 or some odd hours at our disposal, that would have been a different thing. But you see, something better than nothing, as the saying goes. Let's go on to time, speed and distance. Now with time, speed and distance, let's take a particular problem. Suppose it has been said that every day I go from home to office following a fixed route. I follow a fixed route and I have a constant speed. I drive at a constant speed, say. Okay? Suppose this is the basic criteria. Now they said that one particular day I drove 25% faster and hence reached office say 20 minutes earlier. Very naturally, if I drive faster, I will reach earlier. So that has been given. And they have asked you, what's the normal time that I took in completing this journey? How would you have done this sum? Most of us would have put into effect ratio and proportion, or maybe something equivalent to ratio and proportion. I am showing you the more probable one that students generally tend to do. Every student knows that distance equal to speed into time. So one such student will say that on that special day, I was driving 25% faster. So basically my speed was 125 by 100s. And as a result, I had reached 20 minutes earlier, so my time was t minus 20. But then the student would have thought that multiplying this would give me the same distance, because my distance is constant. I travel through a fixed route. Now, having said this, first of all, the student would, shorten this up. And then he would have said 3 variables in one equation, can't happen. So, what he does is he substitutes ST instead of D. This is the most general way that students tend to approach this sum. They cancel S and S, and after that it's easy. And you see this comes out to 25. So, this side, that side, do it. T by 4 becomes 25, and hence they get T as 100 minutes. And that's the answer. Look out for the length of a sum which is absolutely a nursery level problem. You are not going to do it in this fashion. Always remember, just in the ratio class and the ratio part, I had said that if P is proportional to Q, then P could be said to be K1 into Q, where K1 is a constant. I had also said if P is proportional to 1 by R, then P could be said to be K2 by R. These are very common facts. Extend this for one step. I can say this. Look at these two, especially this one. In this particular sum, distance equal to speed into time, and they have told you that distance is a constant, right? So, doesn't that look more like this? And if such is the case, then because of this funda from where this basically came in, can't I say that either speed is inversely proportional to time or vice versa? We can definitely say that. Now, take this. Now, you see, on that particular day, what was my speed? It was 5 by 4 of my normal speed. N stands for normal speed. Now, because distance is a constant in this particular problem, I can say time is inversely proportional to speed. So, therefore, what was the time taken by me on that particular day? The inverse, that is 4 by 5 of my normal time. Now, 4 by 5 of normal time, 4 by 5 of normal time is 1 by 5 of normal time less than normal time. Hope you understand this, it's pretty basic. If the normal time is something, then 4/5 of normal time is 1 by 5 normal time less. And don't you think that this 1/5 of normal time is nothing but the 20 minutes? If 1/5 of the normal time is 20 minutes, then what is the normal time? Wouldn't it be 5 into 20? That is 100 minutes. Please note, these you don't need to write down. This is mental. So, you just look at the sum, think for a few seconds, maximum 6 seconds, and you immediately get the answer. So, you see with what a shortcutting tool ratio and proportion was used in. Actually, this is a variation that actually got to be used in proportion. Okay? Understood? So, remember this. Let me rub it off, go on to the next. Let us suppose they have given you a problem like this. Suppose there are two places P and Q, which is separated by say 200 meters. Let us suppose two persons A and B start simultaneously from P to go to Q and come back. They go to Q and come back. This is what they do, A and B. It has been said that their speed ratio is 7:1. Let us assume the speed of traveling is in the ratio of 7:1. And they have asked you, find the distance of their meeting point from P. How would you calculate this? Well, first of all, when do they meet? You see A travels, A is very fast, 7 times faster. So he goes fatafat, he comes back, and while coming, B is the slower one. Let us suppose they meet here. ठीक है? And what they have asked you is to find the distance of this. Okay. Now, I am not going into the long cut. A huge majority of students would have calculated by taking this as x. Would have said what is the distance moved by A. They would have calculated 200 plus 200 minus x. Distance moved by B. They would have taken the speeds as 7k and k. They would have found out the time taken and gone on. You aren't going to do that, all those stuff. Very simple. You must understand, if two people start simultaneously, they start simultaneously and they meet, then the interim time is always a constant. Correct? If two persons start simultaneously and they meet, then the time taken is always a constant. Now, remember, P is proportional to Q, so P is equal to K1 into Q. Now, here what is happening is that distance equal to speed into time, and here time is the constant. So, don't you think that these two appear synonymous? And if they do, then can't I say here that distance is directly proportional to speed, or vice versa? Because that's the case, so here it has been said that speed of A is to speed of B is equal to 7:1. So, because distance is directly proportional to speed, so distance travelled by A and distance travelled by B must also be 7:1. Now, what is the total distance travelled by A and B in this whole thing? What would be that? I hope you can see that the total distance travelled would be 400 meters. Yes or no? You see, A has travelled this part and the balance part has been travelled by B. So, the total travelling is 400 meters. So, if the total distance travelled is 400 meters, and out of that the ratio of the distance travelled by A and B is 7:1, then can't I from the ratio fundamentals find out the distance travelled by B, which is 1 by 1 plus 7 multiplied by 400? And don't you think that the distance travelled by B is my answer? So, you see, this is a mental sum actually. So once again, you have put this property to use, correct? So notice the tremendous potential of ratio and proportion in time, speed and distance problems. Obviously, in this very short span of time, I am only dealing with very easy and elementary problems just to exhibit the scope of application of these. You must understand that for difficult problems, these have an even better effect. You see, if the long cut is 3 steps, well, how much short can you make? 2 steps. But if the long cut is of 13 steps, you can easily make it 4 steps. So that's a huge percentage gain. Understood this? In time, speed and distance, there is a concept called relative speed and also effective speed. Let me verbally explain what they are. Relative speed is basically is a conceptual thing which takes place when 2 or more objects are moving. Let us take the example of 2 objects. So, see, 2 objects are moving. Now, relative speed of one of the objects with respect to the other is nothing but the imagination as to what this object, the first object, is doing if we imagine the second to be constant or is stationary. So, if there are 2 objects, moving objects, we imagine the second one as stationary, then what the first object is doing with respect to that stationary thing, obviously that is a figment of imagination, that is known as the relative speed of the first with respect to the second. By dint of that, I hope you remember those stuff. Suppose there is a lamppost and there is a train, ठीक है, say of length L, traveling at a speed x, then what is the time taken by the train to traverse this? You see, you would conceptualize this as this is the start and this is the end of crossing. So, if you notice that, if you think of this as the driver, so you see the driver has moved a distance L at a speed of x. So, the time taken to cross would be L by x, right. Now, another case, suppose there is a platform of length q and suppose this is the same train L moving at a speed of x, then if they asked you what is the time taken to cross the platform, your thought process will go like this, that you see it starts, the crossing starts now, the crossing ends now. So, if you imagine the driver here, so you see he has moved a distance of L plus q traveling at a speed of x. So, the time taken is L plus q by x. Everyone understands this. Now, how do we reflect this in relative speed? If suppose they had said that there was a man who is moving at a speed of y, there is this train of length L moving at a speed of x, obviously x is greater than y, okay? Then what is the time for this train to cross the man? Your thought process would go that 2 moving objects can't be considered. So, I have to consider one of them as stationary. It is always easiest if you consider the smaller speed to be stationary. So now make this man stationary. Now this man becomes the lamppost, and this train of length L now is travelling at a relative speed of x minus y. Since they are moving in the same direction, relative speed is subtracted. ठीक है? Now what would be the time taken for crossing? Now go back to the previous funda that we had drawn. It starts here, it ends here. Consider the driver of the train. You see he has moved a distance of L at a speed of x minus y. So the time taken would be this. Correct? And I hope you can understand that if it had been in the opposite direction, if the man were moving in the opposite direction, then only one thing would have changed. Once again, two moving objects, you will have to make one of them stationary. But the best is always to make the smaller one stationary, easiest matters. So the man becomes a lamppost now. And this train would be having a relative speed of now x plus y, because when two things move in the opposite direction, relative speed gets added. So here the time taken would be L by x plus y. I hope you understand, because the same funda would have taken place. Now another case. Now suppose there are two trains. Say suppose this has a length q and this train has a length L. Suppose this moves at a speed of y, suppose this moves at a speed of x, and it is given that x is greater than y. So they ask you the question, what time would it take to cross, but to overtake the first train? The second train would take to overtake the first train. So your thought process would go on that you see there are two moving objects, so can't be considered as such. So first of all, make one stationary. It's always simpler to make the slower speed stationary, so we make this as stationary. Now this ceases to be a train, it becomes a platform of length q with this as the train. Now the speed of the train does not remain x, it will become the relative speed, that is x minus y. So now the crossing starts here and the crossing ends here. So if you consider the driver of the train, you will find that the driver has moved a distance of L plus q at a speed of x minus y. So the time to cross would be this one. Correct? Had this train been moving in this direction, the only change would have been the relative speed of the train would have been x plus y, because relative speed gets added if you are travelling in the opposite direction, and hence I am sure you would have agreed that this would be this. So this is how relative speed comes into effect, the thought process. Now let me show you a sum wherein you can understand the effect of relative speed. After that I will be going on to effective speed. ठीक है? The sum is somewhat like this, that say A and B start simultaneously for a race. A runs at say suppose 1 2/3 times speed of B. It is given. It is also given that B has a head start. A head start means an advantage. Matlab B is starting somewhat further away. Head start of 200 meters. Matlab B is starting 200 meters from the front of A. And the criteria given is that the race ends at the same time A reaches B. And after having given these, they have asked you find the length of the race. They have asked you this. How a person can approach this sum? First of all, a rough diagram, what basically is happening. You see, this is the criteria. A has started from here, B has started from here. Both are going in the same direction. The distance between them is 200 meters. They have said if B's speed is s, then A's speed is 1 2/3 s. And they have said the race ends at the precise moment that A and B are together. And they have asked you find the total length of the race. Now you see, three people can do this sum in three ways. I am showing you all the three. This will give you a comparative study of the real effect of shortcuts. The first, normal process. Almost more than 60% would do it in this fashion. They would have taken the length of the race to be x. Then they would have said that the distance travelled by A would be x. The distance travelled by B would be, you see, x minus 200. Correct? They would have said that the speed of A would be 1 2/3 s. I have, while drawing the diagram, I have put the constant of proportionality. The speed of B would be s. Hence, they would have said that the time taken by A would be x by 1 2/3 s. The time taken by B would have been x minus 200 by s. Now, because both the times are the same, you see, they have started simultaneously and they have ended at the precise moment. So, they would have said the times are equal, would have equated that. Cancelled of s and done all the stuff that was necessary. Hope you have understood that x would have turned out to be how much? You see, 2x, no, sorry, this would be 1000. So, x would be 500. Okay. See, such a long, lengthy thing for this sum, but the answer would have come. How the second guy would have done it? The second guy would have said that you see here time is constant. Therefore, distance is directly proportional to speed. Now, he would have said that the speed of A is to the speed of B as given is 1 2/3 is to 1, that is equal to 5 by 3 is to 1, that is equal to 5 is to 3. Because distance is directly proportional to speed, hence the distance travelled by them would also be in the ratio of 5 is to 3. Now, this was demonstrated in the previous sum. Now, because they are such, one can say now the distance is 5k, k is the constant of proportionality, whereas this distance is 3k. And you see they have said that the difference in distance is 200. So from here k becomes 100. Now the total length of the race is the distance run by A. So obviously the distance run by k, which was 5k, is 500. And they have found out the total length of the race, shorter. Now notice how the third person works. Pay attention to this. This is brilliant. The third person will say, two moving objects, so can't be possible. So one has to fix, one has to make somebody stationary. So the slower person is B, so he thinks to make B stationary. Now in comparison to B, if B is thought of stationary, what is B observing at a stationary thing? Isn't he observing that 200 meters away, a person A is coming towards him at a speed of 1 2/3 minus 1, that is 2/3, yes or no? This is nothing but the relative speed of A with respect to B, correct? So he is coming at the speed of 2/3, and after traversing 200, enters and the race ends. है ना? So the question would be, what is the time taken to traverse this 200 meters? Obviously, it would be 200 divided by 2 by 3, which would be 300 units. I am least bothered about whether this is meters, kilometers or anything. Units, I am working with the units. So the time has now been found out. But what is the actual speed of A? Is it 2 by 3? No, it is 1 and 2 by 3. So the actual distance covered by A must be 300 into 1 and 2 by 3. That is 300 into 5 by 3. That is equal to 500 meters. Which is shorter? So you see, relative speed is your best weapon in time, speed and distance as a shortcutting tool. I would suggest that you go through these three once again, especially this as to what has been done. I hope this is done now. We have to move on a bit. Time is at a premium. Now that was relative speed. Relative speed is a figment of imagination. Let us not forget that. Now what is effective speed? As I told you, the next thing that we would be doing. Very simple. Effective speed is a realistic thing. Now effective speed finds its way into, there is a river. Say suppose the river is flowing at a speed of r. Now you see in a lake, say, there is a boat. ठीक है ना? Now a lake is a still water. So let us suppose in the lake the speed of the boat is, say, B, boat B. ठीक है? Now if I place the boat in that river, if the boat were moving in this direction, as you can see along the flow of the river, It is called downstream motion. It is known as the downstream motion. And if I had placed the boat like this, moving opposite, it is known as upstream motion. So always remember, in this particular phenomena, if the boat were moving on the river in the downstream motion, the effective speed of the boat would have been B plus R, and in the upstream the effective speed would have been B minus R. I am assuming B is greater than R because I have said that the boat is moving upstream. If B were less than R, then the boat couldn't have moved upstream, it would have gone back. So that's why on the mere sentence that the boat is moving upstream, it clearly indicates that B is greater than R. ठीक है ना? Now remember that these two speeds will be actually the speeds that would be shown on the speedometer of the boat if it had any. Okay, so they are very realistic. So remember this effective speed. Another thing, average speed. Remember that average speed is the only exception in the world of speeds, in the world of averages, pardon. Suppose if I had 100 rupees in my pocket, suppose you are having 500 rupees in your pocket, then our average amount money is how much? It's calculated by the arithmetic mean. So 500 plus 100 divided by 2, that would be 300 bucks. But if somebody said that, say person A is having an average speed, he is driving say at a speed of 60 kilometers per hour, and person B is driving say at a speed of 40 kilometers per hour, then you just can't say always that the average speed is 60 plus 40 by 2, that is 50. No, you cannot say this always. Okay? There are only a few specific cases where you can say that. Let us investigate into this a little bit more. So how can average speed be found out? Average speed is found out by the empirical relation of total distance covered divided by the total time taken. Okay. So for example, let us take this example. Say A has a speed of 60 kilometers per hour, B has a speed of say 40 kilometers per hour. Let us suppose A has traveled a distance of assume 120 kilometers. Say B has covered a distance of say assume how much, 320 kilometers. Then we would say that the time taken by A would be 120 by 60, that is equal to 2 hours, whereas the time taken by B would be 320 by 40, that is 8 hours. So average speed of A and B, if it were asked for, would be total distance travelled, that is 120 plus 320 divided by 2 plus 8. That is, as you can see, 440 divided by 10, that is 44 kilometers per hour. I hope you can understand, it did not come up to 50, correct? So this is the general way by which you find average speed. Once again, there are two modes wherein you can apply brilliant shortcuts, but specific cases, of course. Specific case number 1. Let's take this same example, okay? Let's take the speed of both of them as 60 and 40. Let's work it out in that fashion. They have given you a specific case that the distance travelled is constant. So in that case, they have asked you the average speed. So what would you have done? Once again, the speeds are 60 and 40. Let us assume that the distance is say d, since distance is a constant. So what would be the time taken by A? Would be d by 60. Time taken by B would be d by 40. So average speed would be total distance travelled divided by total time taken. That would, as you can see, 2d, 60 and 40, LCM is 120. So 2 plus 3, that is 5d. You see, d and d cancels, 15 and this becomes 24. So this is 48 kilometers per hour. ठीक है ना? This is the normal process, but you need not do this. Remember, only for this case where distance is constant, you can say that the average speed is nothing but the harmonic mean of the individual speeds. One line. In case you have forgotten how to find the harmonic mean of two items, so the harmonic mean of say A and B, आप कैसे निकालोगे? How do you find it out? Very simple. Step number 1, these are A and B, okay? You have to find the harmonic mean of them. So step number 1, take their reciprocals. Step number 2, find the arithmetic mean of their reciprocals. Step number 3, inverse of that arithmetic mean. ठीक है ना? These are the 3 steps to be followed. You will find that this comes out to 2ab by a plus b. In case a student says that, okay, I will by heart this, what's the necessity of this? Please remember that if there are 3 speeds, 3 people, then this won't be the case. For every item increase, the values change. So for 3 people, it would be not 3ab c and all the stuff. It would be 3ab c by ab plus bc plus ca. So how many will you remember? Okay. So rather than doing all these or trying to remember all of these, just simply remember that you perform these 3 quick successive steps. First find the reciprocal, then find the arithmetic mean, and then find the inverse of the arithmetic mean. You get the harmonic mean. So let's try it out. So the harmonic mean of 60 and 40 is supposed to be my answer. So 60 and 40. So I first find the reciprocal, then I find the arithmetic mean, then I inverse it. I hope you can understand that this would be 1 by, this is 120, 5 by 120, so this goes up. I hope you have understood. 5 by 120 divided by 2. So now this becomes 24. So the whole becomes 48 kilometers per hour. So you see, this is the shortcut. Okay. Now there is another place wherein you can apply this shortcut. I am rubbing this central part off. Let us take a second case wherein they have said that the time is a constant. This time, this is the criteria. So let us deal with the speeds of 60 and 40 only. Let's deal with that. So if time is a constant, that the time taken by A, let us assume it to be t, which will also be the time taken by B. So one can say na, the distance moved by A would be 60t because the speed is 60. The distance moved by B would be 40t because the speed is 40. So average speed would be total distance travelled, that is 60t plus 40t divided by total time taken. I hope you can understand this becomes 100t by 2t and the speed becomes 50 kilometers per hour. So this is how the normal guy would be working it out, but you would be saying that if time is a constant in my problem, then I can directly find the average speed, which is nothing but the arithmetic mean of individual speeds. And I am sure I don't need to work out to say 60 plus 40 by 2 is 50. Okay. So, you see I was repeatedly saying not always will average speed follow normal average. It will follow normal average, but only under the constraint that time is a constant. Understood? These two are shortcuts. You can easily apply it. Okay. If suppose somebody in a particular problem said, I travel from Hyderabad to Bangalore at an average speed of 60 and return back at a speed of 40. What is my average? You need to calculate the average for a further calculation. You don't need to work out like this stuff. You can simply say harmonic mean of 60 and 40 will be my A and go on to complete the sum. Reduces your problem time by around 1.5 minutes. Okay. So, remember this stuff. Time, speed and distance is a huge topic. Lots of problems can come in, but basically relative speed, effective speed and the application of ratio and proportion and also average speed. These are the shortcuts that are used. Your expertise will entirely depend on how you use them. Okay? Now, obviously, in a 3 to 4 hour session, that cannot be explained in too much detail. So, I hope you will have to trust your instincts on that. Let us now go on to time and work. Let's suppose it is said that A can do a piece of work in say 15 days. B can do the same work say suppose in 20 days. If somebody asks you in how much time would A and B complete the work, how do you work? Most of us would have said in one day A does 1/10 of a work, in one day B does, sorry, this is 1/15th, my apologies, 1/20th of the work. Therefore, in one day A plus B does, they would have gone on to 1/15 plus 1/20, would have found out the LCM of this, which is how much? 60. They would have said that 4 plus 3 is 7/60, and hence they would have said therefore time taken by A and B together to complete the work would be 60/7 days, whatever this is. Okay, na? That's how they would be doing it. One must not forget one thing, that if you work by fractions, you generally take 6 times the time that you would have taken had you worked by integers. Because you see, to find this, you first have to find an LCM, you have to make 2 divisions, you have to make 2 multiplications, you have to make another addition. So, these are 6 arithmetic processes. So, rather than doing it like this, the short-cutting tool of this sort of sums is, notice the number of days. These are 15 and 20. Find the LCM of 15 and 20. So this becomes 60. So you assume your work to be 60 days. 60 units. You assume your work to be 60 units. Now, see, in this sum you can write, in one day A does 4 units of work. In one day B does, you see, 3 units of work. Therefore, in one day A and B does 7 units of work. Therefore, time taken to complete is 60 by 7. Notice the frugality of the calculations compared to this. That's the secret how time and work is done. Okay, this shortcutting secret. Let me see how this, let me show you, let me give you a demonstration of how this comes into effect. ठीक है, for a typical problem. See, let us suppose they have given you a sum. A does a piece of work in, say, 10 days. B does the same work in 15 days. C does the same work in 20 days. And let us suppose D destroys the same work in 30 days. Okay? And this you can expect in a problem. Now they have said A and B start the work. Suppose they have said 2 days later A leaves. 2 days later, from this time onwards, C joins. ठीक है? Two days, अच्छा, all twos are coming in. Make this 1 day later, C joins. No, 2 days later, we'll make this 1 day later. We'll provide a variety. 1 day later, C joins. 2 days later, say B leaves. Say I am complexifying the problem. And say 3 days later, D joins. They have said C and D complete the work, and they have asked you find the total time taken for work to be completed. They have asked you this. This is a sum which can easily come. Now, how would you approach this sum? Obviously, in the previous fashion, I hope you can see 1 by 10, 1 by 15, 1 by 20, 1 by 30, and try doing this. It will cost you in the minimum 8 to 9 minutes. Your exam will end by that time. Okay? Now, you see how a shortcutter will do this. He would immediately, now you see I am giving you the demonstration, he will immediately, or verbally, I won't write down too much, he would immediately say find the LCM of these 4. So, say 10 and 20 the LCM is 20, 15 and 30 the LCM is 30, 20 and 30 the LCM is 60. So, automatically he would say let the work be 60 units. He would assume this. Now, because the work is 60 units, in one day A will do 6 units of the work, B will do 4 units of the work. So, in one day, since A and B are starting together, so in one day 10 units of the work will be done. They are working together for 2 days. So, the first thing that will be etched in my memory, or I may write down in the rough, is that 2 days have passed. As a result, 20 units of work has been done, and as a result, the work left is 40 units. I can immediately say that. Now, after 2 days, what happens? A has left. So, naturally, B is doing the job alone, but B will be alone for 1 day. B does 4 units of the work. So, I can say now a total of 3 days passes, 2 days plus 1 day. 4 units of the work is completed, and hence, as you can see, 36 units of work is left. Now, what happens? C has joined. C in 1 day does 3 units of work. So, C is coupling with B. B does 4, C does 3. So, together do 7 units of work, and you see 2 days later B leaves. So, they are working for 2 days. So, the total would be 5 days, 14 units of work would be completed. So, the amount of work left would be 22 units, right? Now, what happens? B has left after that time. 3 days later, D is joining. So, C is working alone for 3 days. So, 8 days have together passed. In 3 days, C will do 6 units of work. So, what is the time left? I hope you can understand. 16 units. Work left, it's 16 units. Now, D joins in. Now, D destroys 2 units of work a day. C constructs 3 units, D destroys 2 units. So, every day 1 unit of work is being done. So, can't I say that for 16 units of work, you need an additional 16 days? And you see, in a jiffy, you get back the answer, 24 days. This is what assuming this simple thing does. What is your objective of doing that? That I am going to work with integers, not by fractions. That's the secret of time and work. Hope you understand that. You need these weapons, or else in exams where time is a constraint, things would be not very rosy for you. In GATE, you need to give a lot of time for those core questions. So, your aim would be to finish all of those 15 marks within maximum 12 minutes. I mean, for all practical purposes, 12 minutes. You can give maximum 15 minutes, but definitely not more than 15. Okay? So, that gives you on an average per mark, you are going in at the rate of 40 to 45 seconds. So, for that you need some skills. Understood this sum, how you interpret it? So, I hope that this is a problem which very beautifully demonstrates the advantage of working with integers. There is another type of a sum. Say suppose they have said A does a piece of work in 10 days and B does the same work in 20 days. And then they say that A and B alternately works at the same job. And let us assume they have asked you what is the maximum time taken to complete the job. Whenever this alternate workings are concerned, there is a special technique by which you do these. I hope this most of you would be knowing, but still a recap. The methodology remains the same. You immediately assume the work. Because 10 and 20, the LCM is 20, so you automatically assume the work to be 20 units. Okay? If it's 20 units, you can say na, in one day A does 2 units of work and B in one day does 1 unit of work. Now, they are working alternately. It means if on the first day A comes, then on the second day B will come, then third day will come, B will come, A will come, B will come, and so on and so forth until the job is done. But the point here is that nobody has said that A has started the work. So there are two cases, either this or else. Hope you understand. B could have also started the work. Now for the student who would automatically go on to think that, array, I have to do both of them. Let us not forget that here I have deliberately, because of the time constraint, given you 2 people. If there were 3 people who were working on a rotational basis, there would be factorial 3, that is 6 combinations. Now you can't possibly find out all 6 of them, can you? If there were 4, there would be 24 combinations. That's an impossibility. So there must be a special way by which you approach this. What is that? Common sense. Immediately you can say na from this that you see A plus B together in 2 days can complete 3 units of work. They are working alternately, so 2 days will be the total time and they will complete 3 units. Now that is a truth for both the cases, correct? Because in both the cases, in 2 days, one day A will work and B will work 1 day. So if this is one compartment, if we assume this to be a compartment, then you see each compartment has a valuation of 2 days in time and 3 units in work. Because our work is 20 and each compartment is 3 units and 20 divided by 3, the quotient is 6. So obviously 6 such compartments will be formed irrespective of the arrangement. You see, for each of them 6 such compartments will be formed irrespective of what arrangement is there. I am not drawing 6 of them. Now 6 compartments mean 12 days time and obviously 18 units work, but still 2 units work remain, correct? Now let us suppose the 6 compartments have ended here. So now let us see 2 units of work is left. Now if this arrangement were taken, who would be coming next? It would be A, na? But A is doing 2 units of work per day. So he would be taking 1 day and the job would be over. So the total time taken in this case is 12 days, which was already there, plus 1 day, that is 13 days. Let us look at this. Here also 2 units would be left. But here who would be coming first? Obviously it would be B. Now B in 1 day does only 1 unit of work. So B will be taking 1 day. Only 1 unit of work would be done and hence another unit would be left. So A has to come the next day because B can't work that. So A will come in and it will take half a day to complete this work. So the total time taken is 12 days till this, plus 1 day, plus half day, that is 13.5 days. because they have asked you the maximum time taken, so your answer would be 13.5. Now that's not the end of the shortcut. A student asks that if there were 4 guys, there would be 24 such cases. So do we have to test for all 24 of them? The answer is no. Now here comes the super shortcut. You see, wherever such rotational things are there, after performing this, you exactly know who does how much work. If they ask you the maximum time, send the, slowest person, the person who does the least work per day first, and in that order, the next least second, and in that order go on sending. That particular order, whichever would be there, would give you the maximum time. So calculate only for that one. If minimum time were asked, send the fastest guy first, and then the second fastest, and so on and so forth. Search for which combination has that and find the total time for that. So you calculate only one and you get your desired answer. If you notice carefully, because here B was doing the least work, you see in the combination BA, the maximum time came. And because A was doing the maximum work, so in the combination of AB, the minimum time came. Understood? Okay. More or less that's about time and work. Now the penultimate topic of the day, numbers. This is a very huge topic. There are some things that we need to remember about numbers. First of all, you see, numbers can be, I'm just, briefly hinting upon things, classified into even or odd numbers. Remember these 3 things. 1, even plus even will always give you even. Even plus odd will always give you odd. And odd plus odd will always give you even. And what's most important, you must remember that these 3 are not dependent on their signs. What does that mean? Let's take this example. You see, plus 6 plus 4 is even, minus 6 plus 4 is even, plus 6 minus 4 is even, and minus 6 minus 4 is also even. So you see, they don't depend on the signs. Okay. The second thing that you must remember is that even into even is even into odd will always be even, and odd into odd will always be odd. The third thing that you must remember, that you see in an index, the power has nothing to do with the property. Meaning you see, an even to the power odd and an even to the power even, both will be even. It doesn't depend on the power, because the base is even, both of them are even. Likewise, an odd to the power odd and an odd to the power even, both will be odd, because the base is odd. Okay, remember this, number 1. Number 2, remember prime composites and the number 1. So, prime number, obviously I am sure I do not have to define prime numbers, are numbers which has only 2 factors, that means can only be divided by 1 and itself. And you must understand that prime numbers can be expressed in the form of 6n plus minus, how much is that? If you notice carefully, it is 6n minus plus 1, okay, where n belongs to a natural number. But remember, the reverse is not true. That means all numbers of the form of 6n minus plus 1 may not be a prime, but every prime number excepting 2 and 3, can always be expressed in the form of 6n minus plus 1. Remember that 2 is the only even prime number. ठीक है, rest of all the prime numbers are odd. Composite numbers which has more than 2 factors, and 1 is neither prime nor even. Remember this, neither prime nor composite. Okay, so this is the second thing. Next, divisibility rules. Numbers do tend to have a few diverse fundamentals. It's most of us tend to forget these fundamentals. That's the reason why I'm breezing through them. Divisibility rules. If there is a very large number and you want to investigate whether that number is divisible by 2 or not, and if it is not divisible, what is the remainder? Then don't fret. Always remember, divisibility rule for 2 is, you simply take the units digit of that number, divide it by 2 and find the remainder. If the remainder is 0, then perfectly divisible. If the remainder is 1, then if you divide the whole number by 2, the remainder would be 1. Okay? Divisibility rule for 4. You take the tens and units digit. You see, because 2 is 2 to the power 1, so that's why you took the units digit. Because 4 is 2 to the power 2, hence you took 2 of them. Once again, divide this by 4, find the remainder. If the remainder is 0, then perfectly divisible. If the remainder is either 1, 2 or 3, then the whole number divided by 4 would give you the remainder of 1, 2 or 3. ठीक है? Similarly, divisibility rule for 8, because 8 is nothing but 2 to the power 3. So, here you take hundreds, tens and units, divide by 8, remainder, and the same thing follows. Okay? So, you see, by now you must have found out that for any number of the form of 2 to the power n, if you want to test the divisibility of such a number, then for the original dividend, you take from the right hand side n digits and divide that number by 2 to the power n. Whatever is the remainder, that will be the remainder if the original number were divided by 2 to the power n. Okay? So, for example, if I asked you 5, 9, 7, 6, 8, 2, 3, 2, 1, 3, 1, 2, 6, 8. And if I asked you what is the remainder if this were divisible by 32, divided by 32, you would have simply thought that since since 32 is 2 to the power 5, so you see the power is 5. So, take 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So, simply divide 3, 1, 2, 6, 8 by 32. Find the remainder. Say the remainder is x, then you would have said the value of this is also x. If the remainder were 0, then you would have said perfectly divisible. Understood? So, of numbers of this type, the divisibility rule. Everybody knows the divisibility, everybody should know the divisibility rule of 3. Add all the digits, divided by 3, find the remainder. Whatever is the remainder if that number is divisible by 3. If the remainder is 0, then perfectly divisible. And if the remainder is 1 or 2, then if you divided the whole number by 3, then only 1 and 2 would be the result. Okay? Now, let us come into divisibility rule of 9 and 11, which is very important, and there is a brilliant shortcut for that. Let us take an example. Sufficiently large, and let us suppose somebody has asked you divided by 9, and say he has gone one step further and asked you what is the remainder. He hasn't merely asked you whether it is divisible or not. He has directly asked you find the remainder. So, what would normally students do? They would add all of these. That is the thing that we learnt in school. So, see, let us add 10, 14, 23, 25, 28, 35, 41, 48, 57, 65 and 4, 69. So, the total is 69. So, in school it was told that divide 69 by 9. So, 7 9s are 63. So, the remainder is 6, and hence you can say that the remainder of this is 6. But let us learn a new method, of brilliant shortcut, and the applications I will show. You see, you can say that 9 may be 9 for people, but for you it can be translated to this 10 to the power 1 minus 1. And because the power above is 1, so you simply do this thing. Proceed from the right and divide it into sort of packets or bunches of 1 digit each, and continue doing so. That is step number 1. Step number 2, add those packets. Now, this is pretty ridiculous because if you add those packets, you get the same thing, but that part it's common. So, on adding those packets, you get 69. But here, after this, it's different. Now, you see, this came with 2 digits, Whereas, since the power above 10 is 1, your preference will always be 1 digit. So, what are you going to do? You are going to again proceed from the right. Divide it into packets. Add them. The result is 15. Once again, it has come up to packets of 2. But your target is 1. So, you once again approach from the right. Divide in packets and add. Now you see you are happy, you have got 1 single digit. You are double happy because as you can see, this becomes the remainder. So remember this way. Okay? Now what is the utility? You see, for 9, you may not require this. This is enough. But let us suppose somebody tells you that, okay, find what is the remainder if you divide by 99. Find the remainder. So what do you do now? Let me rub this off. Do you have any answer in your school method? Let me write this: 9428. 9428. Okay. Do you have any answer in the method that you were learnt in school? You don't, na? Because with 99 you can do nothing. But now you see, for people 99 is 99, but for you it is 10 to the power 2 minus 1. And because as you can see, this is 2 with the power. So now you will work in packets of 2. So what do? You see, you divide in packets of 2. If there were only 1 digit left, say, you could have put 0 and made another packet. So that's easy. Now add these packets. Let's add them. You see, 28 plus 100 is 128, minus 6 is 122, 122 plus 30 is 152, plus 2 is 154, 154 plus 70 is 224, 224 minus 3 is 221, 221 plus 100 is 321, 321 minus 3 is 318, 318 plus 50 is 368, 368 minus 2 is 366. So you see the total comes to 366. Now I am not happy because my target is 2 digits. There has been 3 digits. So what do? I proceed from the right. I again make packets of 2, add them together, 69. Now I am happy because I have reached my target, and actually I am double happy because this is the remainder. Notice the tremendous impact of this process. Okay. I hope you can understand what will happen if there were 999. It will simply be 3 packets of 3, right? Now let's learn about the divisibility rule for 11. Let's select something. Sufficiently large. Say somebody has told you find the remainder while dividing with 11. Now what was the initial method? In the school we used to take alternate things, add them. The rest of the alternate used to add them to. You used to make a subtraction and try to find out whether that was a multiple of 11 or not. Mind it, in your school days, you were not able to find out what the remainder were. If you remember, your school teacher used to tell you that you will have to divide it. Okay? The only thing that you could find out was whether it would be divisible or not. But forget the old rule, let us think of a new one. You see, 11 for you can be this. So you see power is 1. So you proceed from the right, make packets like this, go on making. I am not drawing all those circles. Now here let us be very specific, there is no scope of democracy. The first one, the alternates of that, it is mandatory that you add them first. So 14, 23, 27, 35 plus 9, 44. It is mandatory that you place them in the beginning. Mind you, this may be smaller than the rest, the addition of the rest, may be larger. Whatever is the case, you place them in the beginning. Now add the balance. You see 3, 6, 7, 9, 16. It's our good luck that this is smaller. You subtract them. As you can see that the result is how much? 28. But I am not happy because you see this is 1 whereas I have got double digits. So what do? I again attack from the right. I again distribute it into packets. You see this is my first one. It doesn't have any other partner to get added with. So what can I do? 8. I have to write that first. Next comes 2. I write it down, subtract it. The result is 6. I am happy. I have reached my target of 1 digit. Actually, I am very happy because this would be my remainder. Okay. Now let me give you a second case. Suppose if I had, you see, I had made this alternate. I hope you can understand that. Then this addition would have given me 16. I was forced to write that down in the beginning. The balance addition would have given me 44. I was forced to write that down later. So subtraction. But now this has become minus 28. So simply don't worry. So what if there is a minus? You know Bodmas rule, right? So put that minus out. And inside you again attack. Okay? So basically what will happen? 8 minus 2, just the same funda, which incidentally is 6. So you see your single digit is out. You are happy. But negative remainders are not suitable, they are not placed in options. So if suppose you have to find out the positive remainder, how do you do so? The positive remainder would be 11 minus 6, that is 5. Now how did that come out? Let's take an example. You see, suppose if somebody divided 58 by 7, the 7 8s are 56, there is a subtraction. The remainder is plus 2. Now, somebody decides that no, they are going to do this. Is this guy wrong? Absolutely not. Both are right. The point to be noted is that the positive and the negative remainders, their summation is always the divisor, that is 7. So, if somebody knows the negative remainder, how to find the positive? Divisor minus the negative remainder. Got it? So remember these two things of 11 and 9. Now the added advantage of this, if they had given you 101 instead of, divide by 101 instead of 11, so you could have said, na, this is like this, correct? Now since the power is 2, so you see what would you have done? You have taken 2 together. I am not wasting time by writing it once again. So I hope you can understand. So you see you have hit 16. So 16 plus 39 plus 28 would come in first. So 16 plus 39, it's very simple. It's 55, right? Yeah, 55. 55 plus 30 is 85. 85 minus 2 is 83. So I will write 83 first. You see the balance is these ones. So 28 plus 14 is 42. 42 plus 80, how much is that? 122. 122 minus 1 is 121. So this is 121. No worries. The result will be in minus. What will be the result? I hope you can understand. It is 38 minus 38. Now here my target is 2. It's my good luck that I have got 38 absolutely in the very beginning. But the remainder is minus 38. So just convert it into the positive. Whatever you get will be the answer. So you see, this is how you do it. Next, divisibility is over, that part is done with. I am sure you remember your algebraic relations, I am sure you remember your binomial theorem, a plus b whole to the power n is equal to nc0 a to the power n b to the power 0 a plus nc1 a to the power n minus 1 b to the power 1. It goes on like this. The power of A reduces by 1, the power of B starts increasing by 1, and the power of B is always the suffix of the combination. Okay, that's how it goes on. You must be remembering those algebraic formulae, A plus B whole square, A square plus 2AB plus B square. It feels silly to be saying these things, these are childish stuff. But still, A plus B whole cube is equal to A cube plus 3A square B plus 3AB square plus B cube, arranged in binomial fashion. You must be noticing that I am not saying the subtractions A minus B whole square or A minus B whole cube. For the very, or as for that matter, A minus B whole to the power n, the expansion. It's very simple. I would not like to remember A minus B whole to the power n. I would just remember that A minus B whole to the power n for me would be A plus minus B within bracket whole to the power n. And so instead of B, for the A plus B whole to the power n, instead of B, minus B would be put in. We know that negative, if there is an odd power, the negative comes to the beginning. If there is an even power, the negative vanishes. And that's how I would like to remember what would be the value, vis-a-vis value for negatives. Okay? You wouldn't like to carry unnecessary load on your mind. You must also remember A cube plus B cube is A plus B into A square minus AB plus B square. A cube minus B cube is A minus B into A square plus AB plus B square. I hope you would be remembering that. A very important relation, never ever forget this, comes to a lot of use. This is nothing but A plus B plus C into A square plus B square plus C square minus AB minus BC minus CA. Okay? Has a wide variety of use, because for cases where A plus B plus C is equal to 0, you can say A cube plus B cube plus C cube is equal to 3ABC. Can act as a very good, shortcutting device for cases where this is true. Likewise, if anybody says that A square plus B square plus C square minus AB minus BC minus CA were equal to 0, then also A cube plus B cube plus C cube would be equal to 3ABC. Not only that, you could also say A is equal to B is equal to C. Why? Just see. multiply both sides by 2. This comes on. Now this can be said to be, you see, right. Now this can be said to be now a square can never be negative. So 3 positives is giving you 0, means each of them individually is equal to 0, and you see this result follows. Okay? So remember this. Also remember a to the power n minus b to the power n, where n belongs to an odd number, is always divisible by a minus b. Remember a to the power n minus b to the power n, where n is even, is always divisible by a minus b and a plus b. A to the power n plus b to the power n, where n is odd, is always, by the way, always divisible by a minus b, but never by a plus b. So when I say this, it means it never by a plus b. Okay, here this would always be divisible by a plus b, but never by a minus b, never. And a to the power n plus b to the power n, where n belongs to even, is never divisible by a minus b as well as a plus b. This is another very important fundamental. You know why? You will often find these in gate questions. Say suppose they have asked you a very thing like this, 45 to the power 71 plus let us assume 32 to the power 71, and they have asked you divided by say 11, what is the remainder? They ask you this. Students do a lot of things, let us not delve into that. You see, one of the easiest things is that this is of this form, where n is odd. So this would always be divisible by 45 plus 32, that is 77. So if this is always divisible by 77, then it is always divisible by 11, so the answer is 0. So you see, it takes 3 to 4 seconds, but it would have taken it had you realized and noticed or observed these things. I think that's a fair enough time for numerical ability. I must say that we have just seen the tip of the iceberg. The whole iceberg remains, but unfortunately the time that I have at my disposal permits me only to speak about this. You see, the time, we have long overshot the time. So let it remain at this. Okay. But rest assured, we have covered all the important topics. Okay. A very major part of your those 13 to 12 marks will come from these only. Just give these a bit of thought, recapitulate these. I mean, you know, if this is a live session, if there is a recording on, you can just look over it once more again and things will be okay. Okay. Okay, there is another part called verbal ability within that 15 marks. Now, verbal ability or rather one should say English, because unfortunately our verbal is judged in India by this language English. Might be very easy for somebody, especially those who are from English medium backgrounds. Might not be that very easy for people who are from non-English medium backgrounds. Now here obviously I don't have the time to delve upon all of these things, but go to any platform, you can search the internet, tons and tons of questions will appear. Do go through the correction of sentences, tenses. That's a very important point wherein people or students make mistake. Tenses, correction of sentences, okay, wherein a sentence is given, there is an underlined part, options are given, you'll have to select which option is the correct one. Practice them, because at this point of time you cannot become a Shakespeare overnight, right? So the only way that you can score there is practicing them more. You get into the touch, okay, that's going to be the right one, sort of thing. For the English mediums, that's a different story altogether. They know exactly. That's a bad advantage that English medium students will enjoy, but you will have to give them that. Take care. Correction of sentences is one part. Critical analysis or critical reasoning is also another part. That's very logical, very, very elementary things come up there, and that won't be that much of a difficulty. The only thing is, do practice them. You turn up any internet critical reasoning, you will get tons and tons of questions. Just practice a few. By a few, I mean within February, just see to it that you practice around 100 of them. You divide it within 30, so 2 or 3 a day. Okay? So do that. English will be okay. Let's start the question answer session. Let me take questions from you all if you have any. Okay, a lot of questions. Yes, this much I had already explained. The last question is number 20. So I have already explained that. Yes, these are done. Yes, Tripathi, Shonima Tripathi, I am sure you have understood how to find the values. Could you please, yes, Ronak is saying, could you please suggest techniques for geometry questions based in GA? Geometry questions won't come. They generally don't come. But I'm sure you remember Pythagoras theorem for a right angle triangle. That's the worst I have seen coming. Mensuration, just remember how to find the areas of rectangles, squares, etc. and the volumes and the surface areas of cubes, cylinders, cones and spheres. That's all that you will need. That part is mensuration, not geometry. Okay. So geometry techniques you won't need. This would be out of the context for this what we are doing. Okay, Ronak. Yes, any other questions? Well, Kirtiraj Sin, be honest. If I suggested you a book, would you buy that book and within 1 month Would you be in a position to finish all of those things? Rather than doing that, go through all the gate questions. There is nothing better than to go through all the gate questions, and I am sure you will find the last 5 to 10 years gate questions out there on the net. Okay? Just do that. Yes, Bharat ke data interpretation. You see, first of all, data interpretation is not a very general phenomena in this thing. Because one data interpretation would involve 2 or 3 questions. So, if one question consumes 2 or 3 marks and you have a total of 12 to 13 marks, so that is not the ideal thing. But they can sometimes come, one never knows about the future. Remember, data interpretation is nothing but implementation of percentage, implementation of ratio, proportion and variation, implementation of allegation and implementation of average. The shortcuts there would go a tremendous way. And what is another important thing, even though you have that calculator at your disposal, but remember, in data interpretation, speed of calculation, speed mathematics, that's what it is called, is a very, very important tool wherein you can do very well. Practice data interpretation. Data interpretation will come only if at all they come. If at all data interpretation comes, it's to Deepti. They will come in the form of pie charts, they will come in the form of graphs, or they will come in the form of bar charts. And in what way? Say, suppose in a pie chart you must remember. So let me give you a very simple example. Since you are all asking for a data interpretation, let me give you a very simple example. One sum. That's what time will permit me. Say maths exam. No, not maths exam. Say semester 1 exam. There are, let us assume, 5 subjects. Maths, what else? Let us do some physics, chemistry, biology, and English. Say these are these 5 subjects. And let us suppose this is my marks. Okay? Let us assume 5 subjects, so it must be within 500. So let us suppose in semester 1 I have got a total of 360 marks. Pretty bad out of 500, but still chalta hai. Okay? Let us, this is a pie chart, so let us put some degrees onto it. Let us assume this is 108 degrees. Let us assume this is what makes somewhat looks like 60 degrees. This is even smaller, 50 degrees. I have to be careful while framing this that the total comes to 360 degrees. So that I must be careful of. Let us suppose this is 90 degrees, and so how much is the total? What, 50? So this is 100, 208. So 360, bapre, 360 and 208 becomes a huge thing. 200 and 152. That this looks ridiculous. Or is it so? 90, 60, 150. 150 plus 50 is 200. 308. 308, 360. So this is 52 degrees. So fair enough. You see, in semester I have got these. Let us suppose this is semester 2. Yes, I am coming to those questions just since everybody is asking. Say I have got marks of how much? Let us assume 420, not a serious development, but let us suppose I have got this marks in Sem 2, and let it more or less remains. Okay? And let us assume that in English it has become 90 degrees, Let us suppose this has become 40 degrees. Let us suppose this has become 100 degrees. Let us suppose this has become 60 degrees. Let us find out what is the balance. 100, 200, 290. So this is 70 degrees. Okay? And let us suppose they have asked me by what percent has my marks of English in SEM 2 more than English of SEM 1. A pretty simple question. This is an example that I have given you. This question goes to all the people who asked for data interpretation. So how would a normal guy do it? A normal guy would have said, okay, let's calculate English. So he would have said that this is 60 divided by the total is 360 multiplied by 360, and hence he would have said 60 marks. Correct? He would have calculated English here. Let us say 90 degree by 360 degree multiplied by 420. Sorry, I put in a degree here by mistake. Getting tired. So he would have said this is 4, and he would have said 105 marks. So he would have calculated as, I hope the calculation is correct, right? It's correct. Yeah. So you would have said that the percentage growth in the marks of English is 105 minus 60 divided by 60 into 100. So which makes it to how much? 45 by 60 into 100, and comes to some value. Let us not be so 75% growth. ठीक है ना? But you wouldn't do it like this. You see, you know ratio and proportion, don't you? So you will say, let me work this out here. You will say, what is the ratio of the total marks? The ratio of the total marks is 360 is to 420. So that becomes 6 is to 7. Then you will say, what is the ratio of the English degree value? So this is 60 and 90. So that would come out to how much? 2 is to 3. So you would say, therefore, English marks obtained, the ratio would be 6 into 2 is to 7 is into 3. That is 12 is to 21. Now, because it is 12 is to 21, so what is the growth? 21 minus 12 divided by 12 into 100. So 21 minus 12 is 9. 9 by 12 into 100. ठीक है ना? Which is faster. So you see, essentially, data interpretation, the basic things of data interpretation is pretty elementary at this level, even if it comes. But you see, the implementation of the shortcuts create the difference. ठीक है? From where can we prepare verbal? Yeah, I hope you have got it. Yes, Sai Kiran, from where can we prepare verbal? Prepare it from anywhere. Take your school grammar book. You have a Renan Martin grammar book, any grammar book that you have. Take it, just go on and open your internet, use it to some good thing, find out correction of sentences, type it on Google. You will see thousands and thousands of questions will come up. Practice a few, do that. Statistics, no, generally they don't come. Even if it comes, I'm sure you know what is mean, median, and mode. It will come only on to that extent. It has never come as yet. Probability, yes, of course it can come. It can very well come. Probability is less, but it comes. Can you show some speed math techniques for square roots and multiplication of 3-digit numbers? Interesting question, Rajarshi. I'll have to rub this off. I hope you understood this shortcut. This was a brilliant shortcut actually. So you see, this makes it, you can be able to do this sum mentally. You don't need to write this stuff. Just give me some time, Rajarshi. In the meantime, Rajarshi, while I am showing you a multiplication of 3-digit numbers, take care. In the meantime, say find out a square root, I mean a perfect number which has a perfect square root. Keep it a secret and just write it down so that you can see how I can solve it. In the meantime, a multiplication 987654, a 3 into 3-digit multiplication. Without a calculator, you know how you will do it. Even with a calculator, mind it, you will need some time. You have to upload this data now and then put in an equal to. Now notice a guy who doesn't have a calculator and yet does it fast. Just see, I can give you a demonstration. 7 4s are 28, 8 carrying 2, 8 4s are 32 plus 7 5s are 35, 67 plus 2, 69 carrying 6. 9 4s are 36 plus 6 7s are 42, that is 78 plus 8 5s are 40, 118 plus 624 carrying 12, 45 plus 48, 93 plus 12, 105, 5 carrying 10, 6 9s are 54 plus 10, 64. Check it out. See, this is fast. And that too, I actually spoke of all things. I wrote these things down so that I can demonstrate how I did it. Without these, believe it or not, by the time you are typing that equal to, your answer would have been out. Okay? So you see how you did it. See, 7 into 4, 28. This is the result that comes. I did this. This is the first process. The second process, 8754. So you see a crisscross method was done. 8 4s are 32, 7 5s are 35. I added them together. Taken a determinant, only the addition, not a subtraction. So as you can see, this comes to 67. The third step, I'm sure all of you know what the flag of England looks like. It's called the Union Jack and it looks somewhat like this. Yes or no? So this is what I did. 9 4s are 36, 6 7s are 42, 8 5s are 40. You add them up together. So you see 36 plus 42 is 78, 78 plus 40 is 118. So you see 1 1, 2 2, 3 3, a shift and 2 2 again. It's very symmetrical. So you say this is 93. And last of all, 9654. Now how did the answer come about? You see 28, I wrote 8 here. You see, this was a carrying 2. So that's why I wrote them down. Normally, you are not supposed to write them down. You are just supposed to put in the answer. Now 67 plus 2, 69. You see, I put in 9. So here is the 6. 118 plus 6 is 124. I put in 4. You see, here is the 12. 93 plus 12 is 105. You see, I put in 5. Here is the 10. 54 plus 10, 64. No more partners, so I put in that. Okay? So that's how you do a 3 into 3 multiplication in shortcut. Believe me, you can be lightning fast. Okay, square roots. So Rajashri, think of a number and then I will do that. Yes, Alina, computational questions using modulo like, well, how do you solve these? You cannot solve this and find the value of this like this. The only thing that you should remember is that for any index of the form of this, can you tell me what is the correct one value? Is this or is this? It is this one. This is not the correct one because this means 5 to the power 25, which means 5 to the power this. So obviously 5 is not equal to 2. So this is not so. So this is a huge number, 5 to the power 3125. So for this you must remember that this comes on like this. So I can proceed 2 to the power 2, chalo, that is within my grip. Well, 2 to the power 4, that is also within my grip. Now who knows what is 2 to the power 16, and after that 6 to the power 2 to the power 16. So you see, I can only proceed till that much. Okay, this is for Alina. Yes, Priyadarshini, you are going to appear in 2021. Please tell which book I can refer. I presume you wanted to mean refer. For what? For the numerical aptitude type, R.S. Agarwal can be a pretty decent book. It doesn't look nice if on a public platform I repeat names of books, but still. You see, one problem with books is that books will have a lot of problems. So will the internet, which gives you free supply. But no book is going to show you these shortcuts, simply because shortcuts can't be printed in black and white. You must understand this thing. Shortcuts are entirely customized. Man to man vary karte hai. Okay. So you see, Priyadarshini, for supply of problems, any book in the market is okay. R.S. Agarwal is quite decent enough. ठीक है? For English, a Renan Martin old version is absolutely okay. But the point is, where will you get these shortcuts? You see, Rajashri, you have said the square root and possible cube roots of 300. Now, for square root of 300, you see, for small, I didn't expect that you are going to give me such a small thing. So you see, this 300 would be said to be 3 into 10 to the power 2. Suppose if I were finding the square root, so it would be this. So I would say this is 10 root 3. ठीक है ना? And cube root. So obviously I can't find the cube root of this. Decimal value of cube roots? No. You won't get that. You won't need such extreme calculations. What I wanted to say, impress upon you was, say suppose, say, just hold on a second, 8 8 16, 1, 6, say 6 5 6 1. Somebody has asked me a square root of this. Now you see, square root can be done either in this fashion, takes a long time, or else in an even longer time by those methods of these two. That's a horrible process. It's better to forget that process. ठीक है ना? So what else can you do? Just see one thing. See, I'm finding the square root of this, Rajashri. I hope you understand. Okay. So you see, I'll say that this lies between 6400 and, I hope you understand, between 8100. Yes or no? That means it lies between 80 square and 90 square. But this result is very much tending towards 6400, right? So, the square root of this would be very much near 80. Now, I will go on to find the units digit. It is 1. Which digit multiplied by itself gives 1? There are only two options. You see, in both the cases, the units digit is 1. But 9 can't be the answer, because in that case, it would be very much near 90. So, I would say only 1 can be the answer, and I would nicely say 81 square. If you check it, it is 81 square indeed. That is what I wanted to say. Nobody in this level would say, find the cube root of 300. No, you need not prepare unnecessarily for this stuff. Okay? Aptitude, these are not aptitude questions. Use your calculator. You have the calculator, right? So, that is for Rajarshi. Yes, so the question for Priyadarshini has also been answered. Anything else? Okay, let us then end it. Wish you all the best. Hope this session came to some use. Just recapitulate all of these things again. I am sure you will find this to be useful. Best of luck. See you.